This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. Good evening! How's everybody doing? Here's another show. I actually spent a whole bunch of time doing this case, and it turns out I already did it in 2021. It was weird. It was so weird, that one. I actually remembered it now, but it presented itself differently, so I didn't know. The Potts case where the husband and wife were both stabbed to death, and then the woman survived the stabbing, and then 20 months later to the day she was stabbed again in the same house and killed that time. So the first time the wife survived, and then she got stabbed 20 months later in the same house and murdered. That was that weird one with the like a cross or something on the ground or something. I don't know if you remember that one. But yep, this is another night, you guys. Oh, and guess what I got in the mail today? Look at these. The Freak Heart Stress Balls. Yeah! I mean, these are absolutely perfect. They look exactly the same as the little ones that come down. You know? Yeah, it's only on the one side. The other side doesn't have it. But there it is. Freak Heart. There you go. So we'll have to figure out how to get rid of those. Yep. And I don't know if you're here scouting, dude, but I've been using your little wallet that you made. That leather wallet. It's pretty sweet. Perfect for a couple of credit cards, and yeah, just keep it simple. I mean, not scouting, dude. I mean Mike D. Mike D. As in, I'm Mike D. and I get respect. I know I said that, scouting, dude. I said that. I just said it wrong. But anyways, yeah, you got it. Scouting dude sent me the medals, or the coins, and the Delphi stuff. You guys came around about the same time, so my mind switched it. Yeah, I'm a little bit better, I guess. Yep. Alright. Well, I guess we'll just get started here. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing any trigger warnings. But, like I always say at the beginning of every show, on this channel, every single night, the freaks help support the channel with super chats, PayPal, whatever it is. And then during the... Well, there you go. There's Scouting Dude. I'll let it slide. Well, you're both cool people. How about that? Hey, I did correct myself really quick, but thank you. And then during the month, like last night, we sent in $500. So thank you very much. And we got a couple...
I'll let it slide.
Well, thank you. And then we have a few notebooks remaining. I have a whole new shipment coming in because people seem to like them. So, see how that goes. Got it. Yeah, so it's like every single night I spend 3 or 4 hours doing the show, so people help support the channel every night, because there is no ad revenue on live streams. Okay. Usually it takes them 48 hours or 24 hours to review it, and nobody watches your live stream when it's not live. I mean, it's very, once it's over, there might be a few people that watch it throughout the night and part of the next day, and then by the time they review it and say, yeah, it's all good, it's too late. So really the entire show relies on your generosity. And what I just told you is the truth. I don't give a shit what anybody else says. You can ask people that do live streams. They're almost always set to non-monetized or like restricted. And it sucks. Hey, thanks Lane Dune and Skeet. And Eugenie. Yeah. Yeah, there's a dancing taco for you. And I'll eat cake. I'll eat cake. Yeah, it still bothers me. It took me so long to get that one. All you freaks, hope everyone is doing well and hope you're feeling better. Yeah, I mean, I just feel like I'm still, I don't know what it is. I don't feel sick or anything. It's just my lungs are a little bit something. But again, there it is, everybody. The new stress ball. Right there. I think I'm going to try to figure out how to add it. Maybe there can be something where people get pens. Well, maybe I'll get these better pens, a stress ball. I mean, the pens are pretty decent. I mean, they're not terrible. But we'll figure out something. Like a package of some sort. Georgina Stoliker. And Christy, thank you. Yeah, they're pretty. They're pretty. They're really like perfect. You know, you squeeze it and you're just like, and you can pretend it's my face and just, you know. Thanks, Nicole. I need a stress ball, one for each hand. Yeah, there you go.
Ocean wave, ocean wave, ocean wave.
So I'm not really sure what to do, but at the end, I might just let there's like an hour and 45 minutes of the
Ocean wave.
Alec Murdaugh's their housekeeper, even though they didn't call her that. But that's what she was. So, I got it narrowed, squeezed down to about an hour and 45 minutes. So maybe after I do everything else, I can just play it, and you guys can just watch or whatever. But I might not be participating much in the show at that point. Yeah, it was pretty interesting. I wasn't able to focus in on as much as I should be able to, but I remember like when another friend came up, again, 2 or 3 people today, after listening to the audio of the video at 8:44, said, "Yep, that's 100. That's him. That's Alex." I don't know how Alex is going to get past him being on the video in the background, right there at the scene, talking about Bubba. So Bubba places him at the scene. You could argue, oh, he was way in the background. He was saying, no, he was right there. That's why it's important that everybody hears him say Bubba. He's right there at 8:44, literally 4 to 6 minutes before the murders happened. And I think that is one of the key moments. I mean, the key moment so far. It shows that he lied, that he was taking a nap, and he was down there. And he lied about it, and it's proven to be a lie at that point. Thanks, Ashy Snow. And that's why every single witness they have on, they ask the same question. It'll be interesting to see what the defense brings in as their witnesses for their experts, to get their probable cause in there. Thank you, Ashy Snow and Colleen Daly Page.
GIF freaks snowflake.
Well, I don't know what that means, that he was in a kennel. If strangers got there, wouldn't he have just been in the kennel anyways? I mean, maybe they could just say he was put into a kennel. I don't understand the significance of that. Seems like he'd be running wild if it... Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Well, I mean, they could have just put him in the kennel before they were shot, right? And he was in the kennel, right? Remember when, in the video, Buster's in the kennel. Or not Buster, Bubba. Might as well be Buster, though. I can't stand it. You know what's weird about the case, though, everybody? Who do we care about? I guess Maggie. That's it, man. I don't give a shit about Paul. I don't give a shit about Alex. I don't give a shit about Buster. I don't give a damn about anything at all. Maggie, you know, like, okay, yeah, we can feel bad for her, but it's a strange case. It's more just, it's interesting. That's it. Also, the one he was playing with was Cash, and then Bubba was running around loose with a chicken in its mouth. I see. So one of them, they corralled the dog. But I mean, they could easily just argue that the dog came, you know, because there's another 5 minutes after the video, and they corralled Bubba, put him in there, and then they were shot later. I don't think that's that significant, to be honest with you. I could easily argue something like that. His problem is the only real problem is he was there and he said he wasn't. That's the reality. Yeah, because there was 6 minutes there. So you could easily just say, well, how do you know that they weren't, you know, it's just, I don't think that's a strong element there. It's not even really good circumstantial evidence because it's so easily explained. What he can't explain is how he's heard on audio when he said he was taking a nap until he left at 9:05. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff. The timeline where his car turns on and off, or goes into park. I guess it just marks when it goes into park. Or out of, well, maybe it was out of park. Yeah, hell, I can't remember. But it's either one. There's this 20-minute time frame where it's parked at his mom's house. And it proves that he left. Like, there he was, and he was there for 20 minutes and he left. But he told her to say 35 minutes to 40 minutes, the caretaker at his mom's house. And it's weird because, like we were saying the other day, that timeline is so that it overlaps with the actual murder itself. You know, around, I mean, it's actually sort of funny in a way that he just overthought it. You can tell, he like overthought it and added that time in there. Oh, shit, the murder. Okay, the murder was at 8:50. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it was over at 35 or 40 minutes. Yeah, but your story was that you were napping and the timeline worked perfectly for you. It was absolutely amazingly perfect. Instead, you had her change it. Yeah. Now, there's so many different people that he asked to make up stuff. Like the housekeeper, what was it? He had her say that what he was wearing. He told her to say what he was wearing that day. I mean, he's sitting there trying to build his story with anybody that saw him. It's crazy. All right, anyways, let me get to a couple of these other... Oops. Right, there's a whole bunch of these different Kohberger articles that seem interesting. So, here we go. Accused Idaho murderer Bryan Kohberger may have left knife sheath behind to mislead investigators, expert says. which is worth about a nickel. But anyways, it'd be interesting to see what they said. Yeah. See, it's whenever somebody says, expert says this could have been. Yeah, how about this? Stake your reputation and say, this is what I think did happen, not it could have happened. Because anybody can say it could have happened, right? All right, here we go. It says, accused murderer, Bryan Kohberger. Hey, thank you very much, Brianna25. Well, there's no obligatory late fee, but thank you anyways. If you took a pistol out of your holster, accused murderer Bryan Kohberger may have deliberately left a knife sheath at the home where 4 University of Idaho students were found. I mean, we've talked about, was that a signature? Students were found stabbed to death in an attempt to mislead investigators, according to a criminal profiler. Oh, and guess who it is, everybody? It's the guy on. It's just every time. Right there, the YouTuber. I didn't even look, but there we go. If you took a pistol out of your holster, would you put it back in? And this is John Kelly, a psychotherapist. So they're not calling him a profiler anymore. Psychotherapist who has interviewed serial killers. Said on Fox News Tuesday, I don't know anybody who wouldn't, and if I went fishing and had to take my knife out, I would put it back in the sheath. But see, that's such horrendous reasoning there. Yeah, it's like, what in the middle of attacking people, are you as calm as you are fishing, where you have a knife and you put it back in the sheath? Maybe the sheath was there and he was looking to put it back in it, but it fell out and he didn't know where it was. Kohberger, who was known to be obsessive over his strict vegan diet, likely hid the bloody knife somewhere. I think he hid it in that missing 13 minutes. It could not, somewhere it could not contaminate his clothes or his car, Kelly said. The murder weapon has still not been found months after the November 13th killings. You're such a clean vegan who's obsessive compulsive about what you eat and everything else. Just the hygiene of carrying a bloody knife around, wearing it somewhere on your person as you get out of the house. Kelly noted that one of the surviving roommates, Dylan Mortensen, did not mention a knife or other weapons when she said this. She encountered a masked figure clad in black clothing. Right. I mean, but she's not looking at those kind of things either. She's just paralyzed in fear and looks at the guy's face, likely, and didn't see if he had anything in his hand. Leaving the home through a sliding glass door in the moments after the slaying, according to the affidavit. Bryan Kohberger, 29, is charged with killing 4 University of Idaho students. Okay, so that's the knife. Kelly believes Kohberger left the brown leather sheath, which has K-Bar, USMC, and the United States Marine Corps Eagle Globe and Anchor's insignia, to point blame towards someone in the military. Oh, man. This is staging 101, he told Fox News. They're going to look at this and they're going to think it's a military guy that did this. Some guy with some kind of training who lives up the road. He may have thought this was the perfect ruse. Again, he's no genius. His ruse and staging. Yeah, I mean, we can all just come up and invent reasons something happens. It could be there. Could have actually been a signature too, right? He was going to leave a K-bar sheath at every one of the scenes he was going to do. Right? That's what I believe, with all the vast years of knowledge that I've got. I mean, nobody really knows, right? That's the truth.
Chewbacca?
I mean, it's an interesting theory, right? But there's no way to know the answer to that. Thank you, Bucolic Buffalo. Yeah, I mean, early on, people thought maybe it was somebody that was in a ROTC or something. Kohberger, who was a criminal justice doctoral student at Washington State University, just 7 miles away from the murder scene, is charged with... Okay, well, so I guess we'll see, all right? I guess we'll see. Let me move this over here. His name Is his name out there? Authorities searching unsolved cases for links to Idaho murder suspect. So it's kind of interesting, all these. I mean, these aren't right today, but they're right in the last couple days. Thank you, K-Me. Authorities in at least 2 Pennsylvania counties where Bryan Kohberger attended college have searched their cold case files looking for links that could connect those cases to the suspect in the Idaho college murders. Your natural question is to start wondering, is this guy wanted? Said Northampton County District Attorney Terrence Houck, who ordered his staff to search whether Kohberger could have ties to any unsolved cases in his jurisdiction. Is his name out there? Did he do anything here in my county? Authorities have previously... Hey, thanks for the gifting there, Kami. Authorities have previously said that the 28-year-old Kohberger has no prior criminal record. However, since Kohberger was a student at Northampton Community College in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, authorities took a deep dive into records. He may have attended classes at a satellite campus in Monroe County. Using a crime information center, authorities in Northampton County searched records of unsolved cases using Kohberger's height, weight, method of operation, and other characteristics. Houck said authorities did not find any evidence linking Kohberger to unsolved cases. In fact, nothing with respect to Kohberger has come about in our investigation of other cases or unsolved cases. Right, so let me ask you something. Why do an article on something like that? Let's see. Kohberger faces 4 first-degree murder charges. I hope he didn't do it, Jack Bayless told King 5 News Crew. Well, he did do it. That recently visited his home in Center Valley, Pennsylvania. I'm a big believer in innocent until proven guilty. Right, but he did do it. Bayless met Kohberger in the 8th grade when both lived on the outskirts of Poconos Mountains. Bayless said Kohberger was a normal kid until he started doing drugs with another friend around the age 16. It was definitely heroin, and it was pretty gnarly, Bayless said of Kohberger's addiction. When the pair reconnected years later, Kohberger was clean and attended nearby DeSales University as a criminology student. At DeSales, one classmate thought Kohberger also seemed like a normal student at first. TV and film student Bernard James was assigned to a biology class project in 2018. We're approaching the due date, and I was feeling like I was left out to dry, James said. James said Kohberger completed the project without including him, including a failing grade for James. He confronted Kohberger in the DeSales University library. A very intense stare, James said. I remember that. I'll never forget that, looking right into my soul, almost, as you were having this back and forth. James said Kohberger was dismissive of his complaint and accepted no responsibility as the project leader. He was manipulative, James said, cold. Hey, thanks, Melissa Salve. It's not every day you expect to come into contact with somebody. Well, cold right there. After Kohberger's arrest, James wonders if he witnessed something more than just an odd personality trait. It's not every day you expect to come into contact with someone who's accused of something like that, But I see it in some ways, I see the calculated side of him. King 5 News Crew was unable to contact Kohberger's parents in Pennsylvania. Yeah. So, anyways, it's sort of interesting to hear some of these comments, not necessarily the just random theories that people have. And then here's another one. All of these are from the last couple days. Idaho murders. WSU responds to report Bryan Kohberger was fired. So I think we kind of went over that the other day, but I don't think they responded to it because that was a report, and now let's see what they said. And thank you, Melissa South. All right, Idaho student murder suspect Bryan Kohberger is no longer enrolled at or employed by Washington State University, where he was studying for a PhD in criminology, as he sits in an Idaho jail cell facing murder charges. Mr. Kohberger does not currently have a teaching assistantship. Well, yeah, because he got fired, right? And he's not currently enrolled at WSU, said Phil Weiler, the school's vice president of marketing and communications. But he used to, before police allegedly ambushed a group of students at a house in Moscow, Idaho, just a few miles away from the, before police alleged he ambushed. Sorry. I was like, what? What's going on here? But he used to, before police alleged he ambushed a group of students at a house in Moscow, Idaho, just a few miles away. Mr. Kohberger received an appointment as a teaching assistant at Washington State University during the fall of 2022 semester. Weiler explained it is typical for students to receive a teaching assistantship or similar appointment as part of their PhD program. Kohberger previously had a graduate student office in the Wilson Short Hall building as part of his studies. In response to a report of a letter stating Kohberger was fired after a meeting on December 19th, Wheeler declined to go into specifics about the timing, citing the Family Educational Right and Privacy Act, which protects students' records from public disclosure. Yeah, I think they just go back into the case stuff again after that. So I'm not really sure what value that had there. These are just things that popped up that we haven't read yet. But so maybe this will be interesting because this is sort of similar, but it's by the New York Times. So let's see. Maybe we'll go through this and see what they come up with here. Not that they're the greatest either, but better than Daily Mail, I can tell you that. Oh, cool. We got, let's see. Susie Clue ordered a notebook. And thank you, Paulette Leonard. And thank you to Shelley Savoy, I guess. That's right. If you want the notebook and the 2 pens that come with it, you send $25 to PayPal and let me know in the message that you're getting the notebook. All right? Because sometimes people send me PayPals and they don't want a notebook, and sometimes I just assume they want one and send it. But you have to let me know. It's better that way. Oh, by the way, they shot down another, spy balloon today. Wow, it was weird how quickly that one got shot down. We don't get to have pictures of it. Makes you wonder. They just sort of floated one up in the air and shot it down and said, look how fast we are now. It was right off of Alaska. I mean, I'm just so skeptical of that. It's just unreal, It's just like, what are the odds that another one pops up right there right off of Alaska, and you get there? We were not going to show it to you, though, but boy, it was a really bad one. We got right on top of that, though, really quick. Yeah, okay. Huh? Yeah, we don't send nukes. Yeah, the notebooks are boom. When I'm doing them, they get there like the next day. I mean, 2 days later at least. It's sweet. The notebooks, right? Yeah. Unless they go to Australia, then they get stuck in some weird quagmire of something nebulae somewhere. Yeah, because now what I'm doing, I ship them off within 2 days of the order. Before, if you guys ordered them, I'd wait till there was maybe 10 or 15 of them, and then I would bring them all down to the post office. I mean, you don't want to sit there and go back to the post office like 8 different times and stand in that line. Now I don't even stand in the line. I just do them all at home, print them off. You know, it takes me like an hour to do 10 of them or something, but it's no big deal. Or 15 maybe. And because I write notes in them and things, and then I just take a bag down to the post office, go to the blue bin, and just toss them in, and they're gone. You know, I don't have to wait in line with all the other suckers. Oh man. All right, anyways, here's this article. University investigated Idaho murder suspect behavior around time of the killings. Bryan Kohberger had a I do exist. Okay, I am here. Bryan Kohberger had a verbal altercation with a professor and was investigated over his behavior around female students before he was charged in 4 murders. The PhD student charged with murdering 4 University of Idaho undergraduates displayed such troubling behavior in the weeks around the killing that the university investigated his conduct around women, counseled him over verbal altercation with a professor, and ultimately fired him from his job as a teaching assistant, according to interviews and university records. Less than 2 weeks before the killings in November, the PhD student Bryan Kohberger was called to a meeting with faculty members to discuss growing concerns about his behavior, according to the record. According to the record, a timeline the university prepared in justifying its decision to terminate him. The meeting was part of a series of discussions over Mr. Kohberger's conduct during his criminology studies at Washington State University, which lies about 7 miles west of the University of Idaho. The faculty's concerns with Mr. Kohberger grew in the weeks after the November 13th killings, though he had not yet identified as a suspect. They culminated in the Criminal Justice Department's unusual decision to terminate Mr. Kohberger from his teaching assistant role in December, shortly before his arrest, according to 3 people familiar with his time at the university, and formal letter to Mr. Kohberger informing him that he had failed to meet the conditions required to maintain his funding under the program. I bet they came forward soon. I mean, I don't know. It seems like they would have asked about him, and then this would have come out and they would have been, whoa. I mean, this supports the profile of the person we're looking for. The faculty made the decision at the department end-of-year meeting in December, during which professors were also told that some female students reported that Mr. Kohberger had made them feel uncomfortable. Isn't that interesting? Because that's exactly what the bars... Remember that one bar that reported that he was on a list in there because he made people feel uncomfortable? In one of these instances, Mr. Kohberger was accused of following a female student to her car, according to 2 people familiar with the situation who spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss the case. Wow. Well, that's pretty creepy. Yeah, that's what I would think too. He's just he's an incel, and maybe that really is his account. That one that had Rogers on it. Thank you, Doohickey. Ding, 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 ding. In the case of the female students, the university investigation did not find Mr. Kohberger guilty of any wrongdoing, 2 people said, and it was other matters that prompted the decision to eliminate his funding and remove him from the teaching assistant job. That decision, they said, was based on his unsatisfactory performance as a teaching assistant, including his failure to meet the norms of professional behavior. This part up here is interesting up here, though. He made them feel uncomfortable. In one of those instances, Mr. Kohberger was accused of following a female student to her car. Man, Mr. Kohberger began having troubles about a month into the fall semester, his first at Washington State. He had an altercation on September 23rd with John Snyder, the WSU professor he was assisting, according to the termination letter, a copy of which was obtained by the New York Times. Then on November 2nd, department leader met with Mr. Kohberger to discuss an improvement plan, the letter recounts. 11 days later, the 4 University of Idaho students were stabbed to death overnight in a home just off campus in Moscow, Idaho. Man, all this stuff here supports somebody, that type of person going out of control. You know. In the termination document, officials described a second altercation that Mr. Kohberger had with the professor after the killings on December 9th. Later that month, the department decided to remove him from his position as a teaching assistant, cutting off his pay and saying, so this is after the murders, though. That's just bizarre, man. Cutting off his pay and saying that he had not made progress regarding professionalism. Phil Weiler, a vice president and spokesman for WSU, said a federal student privacy law prohibited him from commenting in detail on Mr. Kohberger's history with the university. He said only that Mr. Kohberger was no longer enrolled at the university. Mr. Kohberger's lawyer did not respond to a message seeking comment on Friday. Mr. Kohberger is being held in jail after being charged with 4 counts of murder. He has said through a lawyer that he looks forward to being exonerated. The Times previously reported that students had complained about Mr. Kohberger's harsh grading in his teaching assistant role, resulting in a classroom discussion in which he sought to defend the feedback he provided to students. Times previously reported that students had complained about Mr. Kohberger's harsh grading in his teaching assistant role, resulting in a classroom discussion in which wow, that's bizarre, man. He's got the whole class full of people and he's trying to defend himself. Mr. Kohberger had entered the program at WSU after earning a master's degree in June at the Sal's University in Center Valley, PA. Records show that after the initial altercation with the professor on September 23rd, Mr. Kohberger met with the university official to discuss norms of professional behavior. Yeah, you guys already went through that. The Idaho students were found stabbed to death in 2 bedrooms of the home on November 13th. Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, both 21, were found in one room, and while Zana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin, both 20, were found in another, according to police affidavit. The 3 women all lived in the home. The police have said Mr. Chapin was visiting Miss Kernodle, his girlfriend. For weeks after the killings, investigators did not identify a suspect. About a week after his second altercation with the professor, as the semester was drawing to a close in mid-December, Mr. Kohberger began driving across the country with his father to the family's home in Pennsylvania. But the drive was weird. He went way down south into Colorado. I mean, there's people that think he did it to avoid weather, but I don't know, man. He goes right through Bundy's Utah territory, right through Bundy's Colorado territory. Hell, he was probably going to head to Florida after he was in Pennsylvania. Officials notified Mr. Kohberger of his termination on December 19th, according to the university timeline. He was arrested at the end of the month. The authorities cited DNA that appeared to link him to a knife sheath found at the crime scene, video showing a white car in the neighborhood of the crime scene that resembled Mr. Kohberger's car, and phone records indicate that Mr. Kohberger's phone disconnected from the cell network during those key early morning hours. Right, and it appears down south. He wasn't at home at 4:30 in the morning, for example. His phone was pinging south. So, there you go, everybody. Is that it for the updates? Yeah, that's it for the updates there. But it's pretty interesting. I mean, it's starting to show a picture of. I bet he fits right into a profile that they had. Definitely has the incel vibe. Doesn't really fit in. I might be going out there at some point. I don't know, maybe in March or late February or something like that. Gonna check it out for myself. That case, it's so, I don't know, it's interesting to me for some reason. You know, it's like, even now, I do think about it, because it's just, God, you know, you think about when you're in college, and just having, I mean, pretend in your mind that you're one of those kids. You know, how you were, what was going on in your mind as it was happening. It's crazy. Maybe I'll get a hold of Amber and we can meet out there or something. I might even bring my stepkids out there. You know, you can meet them. I don't know. I think his dad had an inkling of who his kid was, in my opinion. Yeah. Well, Amber showed up at CrimeCon. Have I met you twice now or just once? I think it was once in person and once on a Zoom or something. But when you're actually... Or maybe we didn't even meet on a Zoom. You were just sent me the video and Okay, now that we're done with that update, we're going to move over to the Nicola Bulley updates. So there's different people out there coming up with their opinions again. And I know I'm reading, so we quickly got back into this mode. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but most of the information out there is in articles that we just try to put it together, have it make sense. Speculation around missing Nicola Bulley's spaniel has been rife as police continue the search for the mum of two who disappeared January 27th. The 45-year-old was last seen walking her dog. Let's go over there. Thank you, Christy. Get you into the spin. Yeah, so I like that, just like this picture right there. Look out the trees and everything. It's pretty cool. Bearing in mind that Ashley Banfield is in ID 10T, any thoughts about her petition to have the public defender removed? Oh, gosh. Because of the conflict, how she dumped. I wouldn't mind that. I just think it's, you know, it's grandstanding and an attempt for publicity for her to do that. She doesn't really give a damn about stuff like that. Okay? It's just like, hey, look at me, everybody. I'm the warrior for the social changes or whatever the hell it is. And it's just garbage.
Any thoughts about her petition to
well, CrimeCon is like Comic-Con. You know, but it's for crime. Like, I have a booth there, and you know, a lot of other YouTubers have booths, and like John Lorden has a booth. This last year, me and Chasing Truth did it. So, there you go. I think it is kind of lame, though, that Kohberger's attorney just sort of ditched the two victims. And not only that, now those victims have told that client things that she can use against them or something. I mean, it's pretty bizarre. I don't even know how that's ethical or part of some sort of standard of any kind. I know that's late. It took forever to get past the censor. What do you mean? What's late? Oh yeah, you can't type in idiot. Like, I've tried to respond to people in comments. I go, listen, idiot, da 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 da, and it'll say, are you sure you want to say that? Like, come on, YouTube. I mean, why do we have to coddle people? It's just ridiculous at this point. Huh? Yeah, like I can... Yeah, that one made it through. It was approved. Look how many people are typing in idiots. Man, that's wild. Well, the video is now demonetized because you used that word. It's so offensive. You just look it up on the internet, Ryan. Yeah. It's called CrimeCon. Yeah, chain goes all around the country, yeah. I went to one in, let's see, Las Vegas last year, and I went to one in New Orleans 2 years before that. Had a booth on my own in the first one, and then shared one with Chasing Truth last time. Hopefully we'll get back and do some shows together and do that again. That was pretty fun. Yeah, it's Florida this time. But that's not what I was talking about. It was supposed to be in Florida 2 years ago, I think. Yeah. I don't know. What do they say about it, Mary? I like to just do my own thinking, so I don't really spend a lot of time reading other people's opinions on anything. But if you like to do that, go ahead. I just don't do it. I literally never watch other YouTubers for their thoughts on cases. Now, I mean, during a trial, you know, I mean, Fitz News is, you know, they're just talking about it. Of course, it's like that, but I'm talking about YouTubers. They're not a YouTuber. They're more of a news outlet. So, I'm not sure, when you say recommend watching them, why would I? Are they saying anything interesting, or? Yeah, I don't know what Colin's doing. I wonder if that's the same Colin that used to come in here. They had a P at the end of the name. Thanks, Rhea Mazaron. Oh, is it? Yeah, I'm gonna block that one. Yeah, he turned out to be a troll. Yeah. So. Well, who cares what it means, Katie? Just focus on the show. You're sort of new, and wondering what Colin's talking about. Just it was a waste of time. All right. Somebody said for me to watch attorneys and what they're saying. Why don't you just fill me in on what you think that they're saying? They probably think it's great. All right, nothing. Okay, I'm going to get back to this then. Maybe let's just do the Nicola Bulley, dog expert, verdict on why Nicola Bulley's dog was running back and forth. So let's see what they're saying. Speculation around missing Nicola Bulley's spaniel has been rife as police continued the search for the mum of two who disappeared January 27th. This is where we need Suzanne Nicole Padraig. The 45-year-old was last seen walking her dog Willow on a footpath near the river Wire in St. Michael's, Lancashire, with the pet bone dry and running between the gate to a nearby field and the bench where Nicola's phone was found. The dog was also found without a harness or lead, with both items found near or on the bench with Nicola's phone. Yeah, it's like it's Suzanne. I remember now, though. I remember now. Right when I said it, I go, I didn't say that right. Yeah. Yeah, but it's Suzanne now, not Suzanne. I use Callaway. Why? The dog was also found with a harness or lead, without a harness or lead, with both items found near or on the bench with Nicola's phone. The police working theory is that Nicola fell into the river Wire despite search having recovered nothing. Superintendent Sally Riley previously said it was possible that an issue with Willow may have led her to the water's edge. And what I said on the show, which I see repeated in other places, is it looks like she came back to the bench, sat down, put her phone on the bench, turned the audio on, and maybe called her dog over to start putting the harness back on, and then something happened right at that moment where the harness ends up on the ground. It doesn't mean she went in the water. It just means something happened at that moment. That's why the harness is on the ground. Her phone is on the bench because she was still listening to the meeting, and the team's meeting that she was on, because it went to 9:30 and it was 9:20. She's still listening. She probably calls her dog over to put the harness on. Something happened. Whether she, it seems less likely she left on her own. Now, to be honest with you, when you think about, unless she thought through it, let me throw the harness on the ground, let me put my phone over here, we'll make it look weird, and yeah. Right. No, I didn't use that one. Okay. Hey, thank you so much, classical guitarist. I was starting to think the button was broken down there. Alright, let's see. The police working theory is that Nicola fell into the river Wire despite a search having recovered nothing. A number of dog behaviorists and trainers have now explored why Willow was found how she was. Kimberly Freeman from City Sit Stray, whatever the hell that means, explained that spaniels are very smart and very loyal dogs. She told the Star, "I know there's some speculation as to the dog being in distress in the water." Huh? Well, they wasn't in the water. They generally bred to swim quite well. A lot of dogs can swim naturally, but spaniels are especially good swimmers given what they're raised to do. They're bird dogs, so they need to go in the water, and you see them duck hunting a lot. Because they're so loyal to their owners, if there was some kind of distress going on, they would be very panicked and probably try and help as best they can. If they were able to. There would be a lot of pacing around, vocalizing as well, and if there were other people around, they would try to get that person's attention. Animal behavior and training consultant Nina Bondarkarenko said that Willow's pacing between the bench and the gate was linked to the flushing behavior of spaniels. She explained, "They're bred for hunt and retrieve, and they're bred to flush out game." That's right. They're actually used a lot in the right, like for grouse and stuff like that, pigeons. That's right. They're bred for hunt and retrieve, and they're bred to flush out game, so they have to be very amenable to being handled at a distance. They have to be responsive at a distance. They were never bred as guard dogs. Some of the bigger hunt and retrieve breeds, but let's see. Some of the bigger hunt and retrieve breeds were, but these were never. They were always just jolly, intense, little working dogs flushing out game. As to why Willow stayed near the bench, Nina said the dog sounds like it wasn't sure what to do, and likely stayed near. I'd like to know what direction the dog was facing while it was doing that. Was it pacing back and forth, facing back the way they came, or was it facing the other direction? Because to me that would mean either somebody took her back down the path, or she went in the water and the dog couldn't get through the fence, so kept looking kind of in that direction. See, that would be interesting to know exactly where the dog was looking at the time. Yeah, I don't know if a spaniel's gonna attack somebody viciously. I think that's the part that's weird, is how the dog got isolated in there a little bit. Nah, I don't want to. However, he said Willow's behavior was likely linked to distress rather than anything to do with spaniels specifically. He explained, as for where the dog sits in the equation, if the dog was found pacing up and down, probably the dog was just anxious as the owner disappeared. Unfortunately, the dog is not able to tell the police what happened. He added, whether or not a dog would jump into a body of water after its owner would depend on the individual and on whether the dog was trained to do so. So there's that. And we've also got this is my other article here. Nicola Bulley's partner 100% convinced she's not in the river. Yeah, I was shocked when they said the dog can't tell us. I was dumbfounded. The partner of missing Nicola Bulley says he's 100% convinced she's not in the river wire. Bulley has been missing for 14 days, and a specialist underwater team searching the river suspended the operation on Wednesday after no body was found. A search of the surrounding countryside carried out by a Lancashire constabulary we don't use those words over here. Constabulary also found no trace of her. Her partner, Paul Hansel, told Channel 5 News on Friday, extensive searching, you're probably aware, has gone on the river. In that river. The fact that the divers and underwater rescue team and all that were in that river on the day and thankfully found absolutely nothing in the part where you would have to presume is her last known location. He added, personally, I'm 100% convinced it's not in the river. What do you mean it's not in the river? That's my opinion. That's kind of weird. I mean, that's a weird phrase. I gotta tell you, that's a weird phrase to use there. Don't you think? Because that means you're referring to a body, right? And if the body isn't in the water, then it's likely alive maybe somewhere instead of saying it's, I don't know, it's kind of weird, right? Like, you gotta admit that's... I'm just saying, that's just a strange word no matter who you are, or it's not like one of those weird little slip-ups or something. No, it's a weird slip-up. What I mean, it's not a, like putting ly at the end of a word or something. I mean, to say I'm 100% convinced it's not in the river, who said that? The fact that the diver's underwater? Yeah, he added, so this is the husband, or the partner, saying, personally, I'm 100% convinced it's not in the river. Wow. Police posited last Friday that Bulley fell into the river while walking her dog and said they had found no evidence of criminal involvement, nor have they found any evidence she fell into the water, that they've given us anyway. Louise Cunningham, Bulley's sister, publicly doubted the police assumption that she had fallen in the river. She wrote on Facebook, off the back of the latest police media update, please can I add there is no evidence whatsoever that she has gone into the river. It's just a theory. Bulley's friend, Emma White, also doubted the police assumption. When we are talking about a life, we can't base it on a hypothesis. Surely we need this factual evidence, she told Sky News. That's why the family and us are all holding on to, we still have no evidence. That's why we're out again in force. Bulley has been missing from St. Michael's on Wire, Lancashire, since 27 January. In the same interview on Friday, Hansel told Channel 5 News that the family was going through unprecedented hell. But that hope and that positivity in me is stronger than ever, and I'm never even going to let go, he said. Nikki would never give up on us ever. She wouldn't give up on anybody, and we're not going to ever give up on her. We're going to find her. Thank you, the Mike D Experience.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
_basic generous. Great show here. _basic generous.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Gonna get through a lot of stuff tonight, I think. So thank you. It is. Bulley has been missing from St. Michael's on the Wire, Lancashire since 27th of January. In the same interview on Friday, Hansel told Channel 5 News the family was going through unprecedented hell. But that hope and the positivity in me is stronger than ever, and I'm never, ever going to let go, he said. Nikki would never give up on us, ever. She wouldn't give up on anybody, and we're not going to do the same for her, right? He added, there has to be a way to find out what happened. There has to be. You cannot walk your dog down a river and just vanish into thin air. Something happened that day. Something. To it. Don't forget to put it. Talking about the couple's 2 children, Hansel added, the only thing, he likes to do the dramatic repeating. Vanished into thin air, something happened that day, something. The only thing, you gotta do it like Captain Kirk. The only thing that I can do is, he doesn't sound like that. I can do is tell them that everybody is looking for Mummy. The best people in the world are looking for Mummy. Just go give them that. Just to give them that, that level of hope that they can understand that everything that can be done to find Mummy is being done. On Thursday, police expanded their search effort from St. Michael's to about 10 miles downstream where the river empties into the sea. Morecambe Bay, with police patrol boats and rescue boats spotted on the river. So somebody did send me an email last night. There was an article about somebody years ago whose motorcycle, he got flipped into the water and they couldn't find him. And then like days later, they found his body 7 miles down the stream in the same exact portion of the river there. So, what that means, I guess that means that a body can travel downstream. Yeah. I hope you appreciate this article before you move on. I was hoping you could... okay, forget it. Alright. Let's see. Is that on Facebook or?
And again, this is just my opinion. I'm 100% convinced it's not the river. People don't just vanish into thin air. It's absolutely impossible. So something has happened. Something has happened.
Yeah, but the river isn't vanishing into thin air. It means that they... See, my thing about the river is if the water was moving by... Yeah, it's the boyfriend. No, it's this mesh. Come on, Dan. Yeah, every single British accent over there is Matthew now, right? Is that it? Yeah, what's weird is... see, if she went into the water and the water was quicker at the time and it got her downstream, let's say she was downstream a half mile or so before the cops even got there, they weren't going to be able to... They're not going to be able to find her, right? She might have just kept going. They never got out far enough. What they should have done immediately is gone about 5 miles downstream and started moving upwards towards the crime, where not whether it's a crime scene or not, but where she disappeared. Gray, what's going on is the river is a... What? I don't even know what that means, Mikey. You got to write better English there.
Find out what it is. Find out what it is. My plea now is, personally, I want every house, every garage, every outbuilding, the land scrutinised. I want it all searched. I want it all scrutinised. Every piece of it. As a fan.
Let me start over again.
Personally, and again, this is just my opinion.
This is Channel 5 News over there.
Personally, I'm 100% convinced it's not the river. People don't just vanish into thin air. It's absolutely impossible. So something has happened. Something has happened. Find out what it is. Personally, and again, this is just my opinion. I'm 100% convinced it's not the river. People don't just vanish into thin air.
What does that mean? It's not the river. Like, what does that mean?
It's absolutely impossible. So something has happened. Something has happened.
What he's saying, it's not the river, meaning the river isn't responsible for her being gone, unexisting. I don't want to say missing. Missing might trigger somebody. What? Let's see. Unpresent. That was good, man. I mean, that was some good shit right there. Hey, have you guys located any unpresent people here? What do you mean? What do you mean unpresent? Oh, man.
Find out what it is.
Here, I'm going to hold up the little bunny for you guys.
My plea
I'm going to
now
use this instead, though,
is,
okay?
Personally,
trigger warning, yay!
I want every house, every garage, every outbuilding, the land scrutinized. I want it all searched. I want it all scrutinized. Every piece of it. As a family, we're not bothered about anything else. Like, there's nothing else. The only thing is, we just have to find her.
You want to know what happened?
Yeah.
Yep. We'll leave that up to the body language experts there. So that's basically the updates I have on that one. That's it. It's kind of a slow day out there. Yeah, not rivered. Yeah. Man, I've looked into a lot of unpresent cases lately. Okay. Yeah. Now I think unpresent is the best because it's so vague and just so positive sounding almost. You'd almost wouldn't even think that there was anything wrong at this point. So I'm going to go, I think that's the term. Oh, I know. Throw the freak heart stress ball at the camera every time one of us stresses you out. There's no way you'd have to buy a new camera every 10 minutes if you did that. Oh, yeah. Well, I would definitely have to buy.
There's no way you'd have to buy a new
I wouldn't
camera
have to
every 10
even.
minutes if you did that.
Yeah. I think on Facebook, Zozo, you need to change the name to the Unpresent Network. Thank you. Thanks, Caligal3. I mean, that's gonna make me that is gonna make me laugh. Thank you, Georgina Stuliker. Oh, have you really? You've been missing the whole live? You just got here, Connie? Yeah, that's right. GHI, the Unpresent Network. What do you mean? I don't get a present? No, I mean you're not. Ah, forget it. I'm gonna unpresent you. You mean you're not gonna give me a present? No, I'm gonna make you go missing. Ah, forget it. Hope the freaks are doing well. Yeah, we're doing well. Case cracked, yeah.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll do Chewbacca.
Well, good, Kami. There you go, there you go. Yeah, maybe we need to have a mug on that or something. I think it'd be kind of cool, just anyways. Like, people would wonder, what does that mean? Well, you put, like, on the front of the mug it says unpresent. Then people will just go, they'll think it's funny anyways, just because it's like, wow, this person's declaring they are not even here when I'm talking to them. And then it might strike up a conversation, and then you say, well, it's not really, because it's funny by itself. You see what I'm saying? Because if you just, let's say you were sitting there and you saw somebody drinking out of a mug that said unpresent on it. It's funny, right? It means like they're not even willing to engage with you. They're just, hey, you're seeing me with this mug. I'm not even here right now, okay? And then they might say, God, wow, you're unpresent. You go, oh, no, this is the PC way of saying missing, okay? We don't want to offend anybody. Oh, so you're missing. Yeah, missing. I'm a missing person. I carry the mug around to denote to anybody looking at me that they would know I was a missing person. Oh, wow, then who are you then? Well, you'll have to find that out. Ding 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 diddle ding 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 diddle ding ding. Man, it's almost like you guys get to be have Comedy Central here at times. How come I don't see 8675309 up there? Where is she? She's invisible to me. She would be blue if she was in here and I don't see her. Huh. Yeah, but I can't see her. Why did somebody type her name in? Is she way up there, or I don't get it. She's out doing something, like snowboarding or something. Okay, but where? I don't see her at all. Oh man, we're back in that weird mode again where I can't see her and oh, the other one? Oh yeah, okay, that's the other one. That's Jenny, it's not Jenny, Penny. Okay. I see. I don't see her either though, oddly. All right, now I gotta go blow my nose. Huh? I can't see that person that you guys are talking to. So, oh well. I can't see Jenny 8675309. So, yeah. Well, I can't sing happy birthday to somebody I can't see. So, it's unfortunate. Yeah. So you guys are all saying happy birthday to somebody that I literally can't see on the screen. So I'm not sure what to do about that. Yeah, there's other people that can't see her either, so I'm not sure why some of you can and some can't. We'll just do it. You'll have to tell her to like sign off again and sign back on with their account or something. I don't know. Well, I'm not using the maps for anything here. But Mary Lou, you got to sing happy birthday to Jenny 8675309.
Is that her name? Is there two of those?
Yep, there's two of them for some reason. The other person's name is actually Jenny, but goes by 8675309. Isn't that weird?
That is weird. Okay, I'm gonna do it.
Okay, go ahead. Give it a shot.
Well, I'm coming down. I'm a little under the weather myself, Gray.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so we both might be coughing and wheezing at some point.
Exactly.
All right, well, get going.
Happy birthday to Jody 8675309. Happy birthday to Jody 8675309. Happy birthday, dear Jody 8675309. Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
Thanks, John Boy.
Oh my God. That was terrible, Mary Lou.
That's not very nice, Gray. Gee, you're so mean to all your subs.
Oh well. All right. Well, I think that's super chat worthy. Don't you guys think so? I think Mary Lou did just fine. Super chats will go directly to her education and maybe even her rehab center to get her to quit smoking and hacking up, you know, all those black phlegm chunks coming out of her lungs every time she sings those songs. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Mary Lou needs to have an album of songs. Actually, be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Do like 10 actual songs and have her sing along. Yeah. Well, I guess. Well, look at Tawny Lee is willing to support your rehab, so that's good. All right. Thanks, Tawny Lee. Super Chunk, actually a real band. Oh, is it really? Yeah. Well, thanks. Billy Juliana, the mayor. No, not Rudy Juliana, but Billy Juliana. I mean, it sounds exactly the same. Like if you say it really quick, oh yeah, Rudy Juliana, Billy Juliana.
I'll do Chewbacca if you want me to.
Super Chunk, actually a real band. Party popper.
Sweet. Okay, I'm a little nervous now because we're going to go into 2 cold cases really quick here, and then we'll do the Murdaugh stuff at the end. But you know how it gets when I'm doing these cold cases, you guys. You'd have to be drunk to be able to stand Mary Lou's album. Oh, come on, it'd be freaking awesome.
You fill up my senses like a night in the forest, like the mountains in springtime, like a rock in the rain, like a storm in the desert.
Oh, would you just get the hell out of here? Wow. I mean, that was... Whoa. You guys couldn't listen to that all night? I mean, that'd be freaking amazing, wouldn't it? Yeah. I think Brianna meant to type in stop, but she just... Hey, Paulette Leonard, that's not very nice to Mary Lou. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. I should have played this at the end. She sang pretty good with the guitar player the other night, though. Didn't you think? Why, was it waking up your dog, Amy Fountain? I think they've heard the Mary Lou before, yeah. They might even be watching right now. Who knows? What does that mean? BG? What does that little symbols mean that he's doing? Oh, man. He's not even here. You're like an hour late. You must be related to him. I have to hide you on the channel. Sorry about that. Hey, thank you, Mary Be Awkward. Alright, so you probably feel a little bit something for Mary Lou, right? I mean, she's a bit awkward herself. I don't give her enough credit? Okay. We'll see. What I'll do is I'll set Mary Lou up with some karaoke, and we'll see how she can do. All right. I'm bribing you to keep Mary Lou muted for the rest of the evening. I can't do it, Brianna 25. She might pop her head back in.
That's not very nice, Brianna 25. Gee.
She didn't want you to be on the show anymore, Mary Lou. Come on. You know, give her a break one night. You can stay off for the rest of it, can't you?
Gee.
Oh, boy. Look at Brianna now. Well, at least it sounds like she's not... She did say that she loved you, though, Mary Lou.
Okay, cool. Sing some more then. La, la.
I'm just kidding. All right, anyways, where's the hell's the... Now, we got to get on to these cold cases now.
I am bribing you
Now the
to
bots
keep
aren't even
Mary
on.
muted for the rest of the evening.
Huh.
Thank you, heart.
I have to
Smiley
connect them
face.
again, I guess.
Love you, Mary Lou.
All right, there we go. The bots are on. Wait, why am I being thrown into jail? What'd I do? What'd I do? Was I too mean to Mary Lou? Colleen Dahman, I'm not sure. Are you tossing me into prison? Oh, what did, put her in jail and, put Mary Lou in prison. Yes, the bots were unpresent. See, I think that one works the best because it's just so, like, you don't even really know what that means. But anyways, unfortunately, you guys, I got thrown into prison before I even got to the cold cases. But we do have a good hour and a half left here. Well, I could probably get through, well, it might even be 4 hours because I got to get through the 2 cold cases, and then we've got a, we can do the Murdaugh one just playing. And it's really just going to be the, I don't know if Nicole's still around, but man, I wish I just had as much time every day to get every single person and clips on there. It's tough. You know, we did them before, but it takes up the whole show and you can't really cover anything. Yeah, this could be one I stay in here for a long time, Steph. Oh, Bale and chocolate cake. Did get that. From K-Me. I do like chocolate. Man, I'll just take the chocolate cake and stay in prison. I really don't care. If you have chocolate cake, what else do you need in life at that point? Hey, thanks WNC Granny. And Tina Souser. Tina Souser is the Discord mod. She's always in there, you know, chatting away with everybody. Oh, you're still there?
Alien chocolate cake.
Yeah, well, I got to figure out how to be able to condense stuff down on there. It's hard. Yeah.
Chewbacca?
I mean, I try to listen to it, but I miss some things. And
Bail money.
you know what I might ask is if I can. I'm going to ask Fitz News if they'll allow me to play their between session clips, because that's really all you need to know. That's it. You know,
Bail.
like if they let me play their between session clips, I mean, I would just be pumped on that. I'm going to ask tomorrow if I can do that. Or not tomorrow, Monday, I guess. I thought today was Thursday. Yeah. Oh, I thank you guys. You guys bailed me out there.
I'm here.
Bail and
My
beef
place.
ramen.
Heart.
Brianna 25. One of these days, I'm going to make an entire prison system with different items that you can purchase.
Heartfield ! Basic jail.
Bail and beef ramen. None of that chicken ramen crap. Okay. You know what's really good though, you guys? Just try this sometime. If you're just for the hell of it. Okay? You get some, doesn't matter, beef or chicken ramen. And what you do is you boil it on, you get the ramen going on the stove. And then you put in spinach, sriracha sauce,
Bail and beef ramen.
a little bit of soy
None that
sauce,
chicken ramen crap.
then some, shredded chicken or something like that. Man, it's making me want to eat it. Then you stir it up, and at the end, it's so yummy with the sriracha sauce. Oh, there she is. I can see Jenny right there. That's interesting. I can see her super chat, but not your actual conversation. Oh, it's so good. No, you know what sriracha sauce is? That red hot sauce. The rooster sauce. It's really good. Yeah, and an egg, too. We always put egg in there. You put an egg in there. Yeah, it's absolutely great. Yeah. Yeah, I would say for everybody to try that at
For
some
being
point.
partially unpresent. I appreciate you, Gray.
Yeah. It's a little bit like pho, kind of, but better, Yeah, do it. So you do the ramen, sriracha sauce, an egg, spinach, maybe some chicken, and call it a day. I put enough in there where it's the liquid's sort of almost orangey, so it's hot as hell, But you might want to have less than that. Hey, thank you, Jason Freer. Yeah, I think you should try it, Zozo. But you probably won't. I bet you've never eaten sushi before yourself. Yeah. You know those people that always say, "Oh, I'm never going to try that." Well, you'll never know how great something is. You might not like it, but you might think it's awesome. Yeah. You know what the worst is? I've got this wasabi sauce that comes from this place called Uwajimaya, a restaurant, or like a store, Japanese
Cash
store.
for a couple eggs.
That is the hottest stuff you've ever seen. You put it in that in your mouth, and you almost pass out when it goes through your sinuses. It's just so ridiculous. Oh, God. Who eats a Vegemite sandwich, right? It's just lightly spread on bread with the precise measurements. Remember? We talked about that the other day. Yeah, there's a lot of salt in that, I would imagine. You don't have to put... I put the low sodium soy sauce in there. I wouldn't even say the soy sauce is necessary for it. Oh yeah, sriracha and Vegemite together. Yes, the sriracha sauce will effectively eliminate any existence of flavor from the Vegemite, thus rendering Vegemite edible. It's amazing. So yes, if you want to enjoy Vegemite as any other person than an Australian, mix it thoroughly with sriracha sauce. That way, you don't have to taste it at all. Thank you, Anne Healy. From New Zealand, I think, right? Right? Oh, is that a chain? I didn't know that was a chain. Or do you live in Oregon too? I mean, I didn't think it was a chain. Yeah, I don't know. Avocado. I love avocado on toast with a little salt on it. Yeah. So you have Ujimai up in Washington, huh? Seattle, probably. Yeah, avocado is perfect if you get the perfect ripe avocado. If you open it up too early or it's too late, they just suck. There's like this small window of a day or two. But anyways, let me get to the... here we go. You guys ready?
Week from today.
Oh yeah, I don't need that one. Alright, so this is a woman who was murdered in 1977. I can't remember if this is the, if she's not might be only 14, so I don't know, I don't remember the age of this one. But there was virtually almost only one mention in the newspapers back then, so they're just kind of these more recent articles and things. And by the way, see that image right there? Let me just show you something. I don't know why people don't take the extra minute to do this, but here, watch. Oops. God, come on. Yeah, so you see that image right there? That's what old images look like, right? So watch this. Just takes like literally a minute to do this. Not that one. This one right here. So you're just using the basic Photoshop. Watch this. You just go image, adjustment, auto, where is that? Image, no, right there. Image, and then auto color. Watch what it does here. Watch. I mean, now it looks like that's the actual picture right there. Is that crazy or what? I mean, you can do that with all the photos, your old photos and everything like that. I mean, you got to admit, like, that's crazy, right? It's amazing, right? It's just... And then over here you can do something like... yeah, I mean, that just fixed everything. But it's amazing. You have all these old photos sitting around, and then if I undo it, look at that. That's what it looked like. And they keep publishing the same thing over and over again, and autocolor immediately fixes everything and looks really pretty good. And I don't know why they don't just take the 2 seconds to fix things like that. But anyways, that's her look right there. The other one, you can barely tell what you're looking at. It's like orange. All right, most people who live in Colorado Springs today have never heard of Maria Honzell's story. Maria was 14 years old when she was stabbed to death while babysitting at an apartment on the north side of the city in 1977. God, I wonder where Alan Phillips was at that time. 1977. Okay. Maria was 14 years old when she was stabbed to death while babysitting at an apartment on the north side of the city in 1977. Many of those who did know her story have likely forgotten it by now, but that's not the case for two determined Colorado Springs police detectives or for her best friend. Cases of this age, this is from 2019, you start worrying, said Detective James Isham, a member of the Colorado Springs Police Department's Homicide Unit Cold Case Division. Every second that goes by, evidence is disappearing, statements are changing, and we know that we're running out of time, said Detective J.F. Samoski, the other member of CSPD's Cold Case Division. It's been 42 years since Maria was murdered. You know, it's weird because she's actually older than I am. It's been 42 years. Okay, this one is especially heinous because, I mean, it's a child, Samoski said. She had her entire life ahead of her. She was just 14 years old. All those opportunities were taken away in such a violent fashion. On February 7, 1977, Maria was babysitting two young boys at the Suncrest Apartments off North Nevada Avenue, which at the time was the north edge of town. Sometime between 9 p.m. that night and 11:15 p.m., when the woman returned home, the babysitter, identified as Maria Honzell, was murdered inside the home, Samoski said. Maria had been stabbed several times in the chest, and police said there were signs of sexual assault. There was evidence supporting that it was at least sexually motivated, Samoski said. Based on the physical evidence at the scene, the lack of forced entry, we can kind of surmise that Maria probably knew her attacker, or at least felt comfortable enough or safe enough to at least answer the door. It's not clear what happened next. According to the boy's mom, nothing was out of place, nothing had been stolen, and nothing had been destroyed. Her two sons had been left alone and were safe. Neither child was hurt. The older brother was able to give police a description of the suspect. It was a younger male, described a little bit older than the victim, but a white male, I believe with scruffy hair, Isham said. Police started looking at Maria's friends, focusing on any boyfriends or romantic interests. Several suspects were identified, Samoski said. One was identified as in Rhode Island after being arrested on a similar case when a young girl had been murdered. That person, based on the investigation, was placed in Colorado Springs at the time of Maria's death, leaving shortly afterward. Well, that's interesting. However, police didn't have enough evidence to make an arrest. Detectives Samoski and Isham said a critical piece of DNA evidence was uploaded into the National Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, a few years ago, and they've developed a suspect profile. Wow. Okay, well, I mean, get going on the FGG, all right? Now they're just waiting for a match. Maria's best friend, Delfina Silva, is waiting too. Could it have been somebody that we knew, Silva said? I think that's what's scary, is we don't know, and we don't know if he's walking among us. Maria and Silva were close friends, and Maria had actually asked Silva to babysit with her the night she was murdered. So she was going to have a friend there. My mother said no because the next day was school day. A few hours later, her mother would have to break the news to her that Maria was dead. It was devastating, Silva said. I mean, I felt like my heart just sank and everything just started crumbling after that. To this day, Silva keeps a folder with items inside that remind her of her friend. The young lady here, she was just like a sunshine, Silva said. She always had a pretty smile and she loved horses. It also reminds her how lucky she is. She should still be here with me, and we would both be 57 years old today, Silva said. I wish we could have grew up together. I really wish that I could have got to know her a little bit more as we grew. Both Silva and CSPD Cold Case Unit have vowed to never forget Maria Hansel or give up on finding her killer. Until I go to my grave, I won't stop, and I still continue to fight for her because that's how much she means to me, Silva said. Detective Samosky and Isham said they have new leads to follow up on in Maria's case and old suspect to revisit, like the one in Rhode Island. Yeah, that's just crazy. I mean, she was just babysitting and some psycho came over and... Yeah, this is kind of a shitty story here. After nearly 40 years, a cold case victim finally has a tombstone to mark her gravesite. In 1977, 14-year-old Maria Hansel was babysitting in an apartment next to her northeast Colorado Springs when someone entered the apartment and stabbed her to death. Let's see. While there were a couple of leads in the weeks following her murder, the case was never solved. To make matters worse, Hansel's gravestone was repossessed in the years after her death when her family wasn't able to make payments on the stone. I mean, I didn't even know that existed. I didn't realize they had to make payments on, like, in a grave. That's ridiculous. You're renting the spot? It's insane. Her childhood best friend, Kathy Mobley Taylor, told KRDO she never forgotten her. She's been laying flowers at Hansel's gravesite every few months. Apparently there was just like these stickers sticking out of it. Like a weed. A precious, innocent child was stabbed to death, brutally stabbed to death for no reason. And to not have a gravestone is just devastating. In January, KRDO featured Hansel's case as part of our Colorado Cold Case series, including highlighting the fact that no one in Hansel's life had the money to replace the gravestone. Following the special members of the community opened their pockets and raised enough money to help Hansel's family purchase a new headstone. One of the largest donors was an organization called Mothers of Murdered Youth, which is run by a woman named Jennifer Romero, whose son is also a cold case victim. Moberly Taylor could hardly believe it when she saw the new stone for the first time. It brought tears to my eyes. I was so happy, and I came out and I hugged each stone and had my mom take pictures, she said. It's just so beautiful. Yeah, so I think it was that spot right there at one point. I don't think that was it. Yeah, so there's that picture again. And the actual picture is right there, okay? A little bit better. The Colorado Springs Police Department continues to investigate the death of 14-year-old... This is 2023, by the way. I was just randomly covering it, and they just had an article 2 days ago. The Colorado Springs Police Department continues to investigate the death of a 14-year-old girl who was allegedly murdered while babysitting 46 years ago. On February 7, 1977, a mother reported finding her babysitter, 14-year-old Maria Hansel, dead with stab wounds inside her apartment on North Nevada Avenue. The woman told officers that she found Hansel on the floor of the master bedroom when she arrived home at approximately 11:55 p.m. Thank you, the Mike D Experience. Yes, whenever I do these readings, it just... Thank you for thinking of me. CPSD said the children of the... The woman told officers that she found Hansel on the floor of the master bedroom when she arrived home at 11:55 p.m. CSPD said the children of the caller were unharmed. The young son of the caller told police he had gone to bed at around 8 p.m., but something had awoken him later in the night. He went out to the hallway and saw a male figure holding the victim's mouth. The boy reported seeing the suspect, then take Hansel into the mother's bedroom. Jesus. So this kid saw this. The suspect was described as white, about 17 years of age, and 6 feet tall. The suspect had acne and was wearing a fluffy blue coat, blue jeans, and black sneakers. Yeah, how tall is Alan Phillips? And how old was he at the time? In 1977. Where's Dennis when you need him? The Colorado Springs, this is from also a couple days ago. On February 7, 1977, a mother reported finding her babysitter. The woman told officers that she found Hansel on the floor of the master bedroom when she arrived home at 11:55. CPSC said the children of the caller were unharmed. The young son of the caller told police he had gone to bed at 8 p.m., but something had woken him. Yep, it's similar. The suspect was described as white and about 17 years of age. Alright, so here's a video here. This is, well, hold on a second. I actually fixed the audio in here. There we go. So this is KRDO here. There we go.
5 years since a 14-year-old was stabbed to death here in Colorado Springs. Tonight, her killer is still on the run.
It's the last case left unsolved for a former Colorado Springs police homicide detective. The girl's family still desperate for closure. KRDO News Channel 13 Sydney still has this Colorado Cold Cases special report, Babysitter Murder.
I wish these states would provide better information and more often on these cases. Thank you, Christy.
Nearly 45 years.
Like, why didn't they fix that image for that image? You know, that picture right there. How much better would that have been?
Years ago, Maria Honzell was soaking in all that life had to offer in the late 70s. She was 14 years old at the time and lived in Colorado Springs. Her best friend, Kathy Moberly, remembers their friendship being full of love.
She was just a wonderful, wonderful friend and such a neat personality.
Kathy remembers her friend.
Isn't that interesting and sort of sad to, like, look at the friends are all aging. At the time, she was just 14 years old.
Always having a smile on her face, even during a bad day, calling her a ray of light.
She skipped a lot, you know. She never really walked or ran. She skipped.
Maria was a middle child with 7 siblings on either side. She had just lost her mom unexpectedly to heart issues and had stepped up as a sort of mother figure, especially to her younger sister Erica, who was just 6 years old.
Even at such a young age, had a maternal instinct about her that was ever present. So many friends, people that were just drawn to her.
She wanted to be a mama. She wanted kids. Lots of kids. And so did I. We talked about a dozen each.
One night in February, Maria took a babysitting job for the 2 little boys who lived in the apartments across from hers on North Nevada in the Springs. Kathy remembers Maria calling her that night.
She said that I love these kids and I'm babysitting, and then she said, I better get going. She said, I love you, and I said, I love you too.
Those 2 little words, you too, are stuck in Kathy's mind forever because they're the last she ever spoke to her best friend. After Maria put the boys to bed, a killer made their way into the apartment, stabbed Maria dozens of times, and left, leaving no signs of a break-in or robbery. Dwight Habercorn was a Colorado Springs police homicide detective at the time. He still remembers the scene decades later.
Hey, look at that. Look at the difference.
He said Maria was laying on the living room floor when he got to the apartment. He remembers she was wearing overalls.
I know the one thing that was surprised us all is that she looked like she was probably in her mid-20s. At that time, I was about 30. And after we found out she was 14, we were just dumbfounded.
After talking to the boys she was babysitting, it turns out they woke up during the commotion and watched what happened.
It's got to be pretty hard for young children to have to witness something like that. And that's just not right.
Despite a couple of leads in the days following Maria's murder, nothing ever panned out. The case went cold. It's the only one left unsolved from the dozens Dwight worked while on the force. He hopes detectives...
Man, why don't they do something with that profile that they got?
Might still be able to find evidence to solve the case.
I would like to think that maybe
I'll try to get a hold of this guy.
There was something that they could get that off of if they decided to run this case back through for processing.
But why do you need the process? You already had a profile, remember?
Just to see if something came up. I'm very sorry that we weren't able to solve this thing back at the time it occurred.
Erica says she'll never forget her sister's funeral.
The amount of stab wounds that she actually had, they literally had to have a scarf around her neck.
It scarred us all for life.
Kathy still visits Maria's grave often,
Trigger
always
warning,
bringing
people.
flowers,
Jeez.
though her gravesite
Wow.
sits unmarked.
Just recently, this tree.
And what a nightmare, you know? Just... Yeah, unbelievable.
With big thorns is growing where Maria's at.
Maybe you can get
and
the...
I'm like, so anyway, I started using it just to decorate.
Maria used to have a tombstone. It read, "Our Little Angel," but her family says it was...
What does that mean? Has she done a runner? What does that mean, Elmo?
was removed in
I have no idea what
1987
you're even
after her
talking
father
about.
passed away and could no longer make the payments.
A precious innocent child was stabbed to death, brutally stabbed to death for no reason, and not to have a stone is just...
Yeah, it makes you think it's somebody that she knew and maybe even told earlier, like, hey, I'm going to go babysitting. And I don't know, but the guy, he's like a 17-year-old young kid with, you know, his face is broken out, you know, with pimples and shit. So, yeah, it could have just been somebody, well, I mean, you would think they would have canvassed the entire apartment complex. But man, it's really weird.
It's devastating, and I've been too poor to
that seems like somebody like that would stick out, right?
put one on.
Maria's nephew Zach was not born yet when his aunt was murdered, but he's seen the impact her death has had on his entire family.
Oh, maybe she was saying, has she done a runner, meaning chucking a Maddie, right?
He's now hoping to help raise money to give Maria a proper tombstone and replace the makeshift memorial they've created for the time being.
It would give us somewhere for the little bit of closure that we do have. I mean, we don't have closure on the case.
Yeah, or somebody else told somebody else that somebody was going to be babysitting there, Susan. Or somebody told somebody who told somebody who then told somebody else that she was going to be there.
We would have some place to go and pay our dues.
But what they want more than anything, decades later, are answers.
She was robbed. We were all robbed. And left, you know, with the wound. The wound that is still incredibly wide open. There has been no closure. There is no closure.
Yeah, but at least the city came forward and, I mean, people came forward and got that stone back up.
Now, if you want to help the Honzell family pay for Maria's tombstone, they started a fundraiser. We've got that information on our website, krdo.com.
This is wild,
and if you
man.
know absolutely anything that might help catch Maria's killer all these years later, please contact Colorado Springs Police. Reporting live in our studio, I'm Cindy Stell, KRDO News Channel 13.
KDRO, News Channel 13. Grab it and fire it over. What does that even mean, Casey? What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. What are you guys talking about? The interview with whose husband? What does that have to do with this case right here? What are you talking about? Uh-oh. Come here, Chloe. Come here, 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 come here. Come here. You. There we go. There she is. I don't think it's mean at all. I mean, why are you guys talking about some interview or something on here? We're not talking about that case. If you're talking about the UK case, we're not talking about it. We moved on to something else. You know, try to pay attention to the one that you're actually discussing. Do you like it? What do you think of that? Chloe! Yeah, I got to get the camera set up again. It's not as easy as it used to be, though. It used to be simple. Yeah, I do have the NVI. Yeah, maybe it'll work. Oh yeah. You guys must be talking about the full interview with the father, which had absolutely nothing to do with anything that we were talking about. How'd that even get brought up when it's like from 45 an hour and a half ago? It's weird. Like it's just like, you know. With the moment he said woof to Chloe. Okay. Awesome. Come here, Blue. Blue, come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Ooh. It's Blue, not a. It's you don't just call him a Chihuahua. Okay, it's Blue. Yeah. You can hear him too. Look at it. Listen to him. Right? Oh, Blue. Yeah, when he does that, he leans into, he goes underneath your chin, kind of. Oh, come on, Blue. Done it? You know that feels good, doesn't it? Alright, here we go. Yeah, you gotta love Blue. Blue's awesome. But tell you what, if you find that interview, send it to me too. I'm not going to now, Gray. Because you're so mean. Yeah, we're at 134,250 though now on there. So since January 2020, the freaks, because of their support for the channel, have allowed me to donate $134,250 to true crime related charities. And I think that's what separates us dramatically from just about every channel. And not only that, the mapping and the way we cover cases is better. Okay? It's not just, you know, entertaining every single little crazy idea that's out there. Yep, I'm sure you would. Because I'm so mean, right, Kimberly? I mean, the thing is, I don't like huge dogs because I mean, when they take a crap, it's a crap. I mean, you gotta get a shovel out, and these guys, shit, the rain washes it away. It's just, they're so little. I mean, the dog, they weigh 4 and 5, I think, oh, they gotta, hold on. Jeez. Nah, big dogs suck. They die really quick. And did you guys see that, by the way? The dog that lived to be 30-something years old? I mean, that's ridiculous. A 30-year-old dog is like a human living to 200. I mean, it really is. It's it's not even close to. I mean, I bet it'd be like a human living to 185 or something. Yeah, it was just in the news and still walking around and stuff. Yeah, was it like 35? I don't know what it was. It was 30-something, and it was walking around. It looked like it was still having a good time, Oh, let me see. Let me try to do live chat. You might be right. Maybe I should. Oh, there she is. Hey, there you go. Look at that. There's Jenny 8675309. Good call there, Gummo. That was the answer. Thanks, Maria Anderson, for gifting. I think the head on my dog is the size. The dog. Let's see. Probably Plato's dog's head is bigger than both my dogs. Yeah, it's long for a lab. Yeah, they usually live about 10 or 12, 8 to 12, something like that. Okay, we're doing another one. This one is Robin Stone. This is her right... Oh, wait, hold on. Got a different screen here for this. Robin Stone, unsolved homicide victim, August 27th, 1991, Cambridge, Ohio. And so she was missing for a while, and it said, 3 hunters from Zanesville have discovered the skeletal remains of a 17-year-old girl and her unborn fetus. Well, we know where we're going now, right? The remains have been identified as those of Robin Stone of Southgate Parkway and her fetus. Stone was 7 months pregnant at the time of her disappearance in late August. She had been listed as a missing person since August 27th by her family and the Guernsey County Sheriff's Department. The hunters found the remains Saturday afternoon near a private lake in Westland Township. Oops. So I kind of guessed it was right here. See, this is Westland Township. There's a pond there. Looks like, maybe even a lake. But there's one here. I don't know if this is still the township. So I don't really know. I'm just guessing. I think she came from this town over here, Cambridge, right here, though. Hey, thanks, Linda Howell, for the Blue and Chloe wave. All right. In honor of Blue and Chloe. There you go. Maybe that's been the answer the whole time.
Blue and Chloe wave, ocean wave, ocean wave.
The remains were identified as Stone's by her family The department is calling the case a homicide, although he has no evidence to prove the cause of death. I'm treating it as a homicide, which I feel it is, Van Horn said. The remains were identified as stones by her family from from clothing found near the bodies. At this stage of the investigation, the department and the coroner's office is not able to determine how long Stone and her fetus have been dead, Van Horn said. Van Horn also said authorities are assuming Stone did not deliver the fetus. Van Horn said he will be meeting today with Assistant County Coroner Thomas Swan and County Prosecutor Keith Plummer to determine where the remains of Stone and her fetus will be sent for investigation. Right now, we have to find someone who can tell us the cause of death, if they can, Van Horn said. Thank you, Melanie, and Brianna 25, who literally paid Mary Lou to shut the hell up.
I know, Gray, it's really mean.
Well, that's why they don't want you on, because of that weird ass sound that you make right there.
Blue and Chloe, Ocean Wave.
Alright. Hunters find skeletal remains. This is still around the same day. Law enforcement officials are investigating a possible homicide in connection with the death of a 17-year-old girl and her unborn child. The skeletal remains of Robin Stone, a Cambridge high school student who has been missing since August, were found Saturday afternoon south of here by 3 Zanesville hunters. The bodies were found about 1 mile from where Stone's car was found, parked behind an unoccupied trailer. Oh, let's get that in there then. On, interesting. Claysville Road. Okay. Are you? Is that this weird road right here? Oh wow. That is Claysville Road. So does it keep going down? Is this still? Yep. Claysville Road. Man, I bet you my lake is the right lake there. I mean, there's a lake there too, but it's 15. Is this still Claysville Road? Yep, Claysville Road. Coming down. And there's my pond. I don't know if he, you know, what'd you do? Go up this, I mean, you have to go through the woods there. I mean, there's a couple other places, but... Claysville Road. Let's see, the bodies were found about 1 mile from where Stone's car was parked. I like how they say bodies. That's cool. Not body, because it definitely is. I will. I'll bring back the puppy cam. Okay. I'll do it, damn it.
Bring back puppy cam, megaphone. Bring back puppy cam, megaphone.
The bodies were found about 1 mile from where Stone's car was found, parked behind unoccupied trailer on Claysville Road. Stone was reported missing by her family on August 27th, near the time when the car was found. The remains were found near, oh, there you go, Luberg's Lake. So now we get to know. Did I get it right or not? Probably not. Luberg's Lake. Yeah, a little bit not right where I had it. Oh, that's the lake there. Jeez, they made it sound like it was like a private lake. Okay, so let's move it up here. There's the lake, and that road goes right here. So now, yeah, probably just right here. Drove right in there and put the body in there. They said it was a private lake. This doesn't seem private. So let's take a look at that, though. I think we probably get... Ah, man. Really? Look at that. Somehow they didn't... They drove here, but not there? It's ridiculous. Thanks, Mills Diner and Doohickey. Yeah, give me one of those doohickeys, you know? The Sheriff's Department and Prosecutor's Office met Monday to determine whether to send the remains to other investigators. Anyone with information in the case is requested to call the Guernsey County Sheriff's Department. Those are the 30th of December 1991, the 31st of 1991. Now this is the 10th of January 1992. Authorities should determine today the cause of death of a pregnant 17-year-old girl whose skeletal remains were found December 28th near a lake in southwestern Guernsey County. The remains have been identified as those of Robin Stone, 17, following an examination by the Franklin County Coroner's Office, said Sheriff Lieutenant Mike McCauley. Positive identification was made through Stone's dental records. It is not known how Stone died, McCauley said. Sheriff Captain Arnold Van Horn, who is handling the investigation, is picking up Stone's remains in Columbus today and should find out how she died. He'll find out what he needs to find out this AM, McCauley said. He'll find out what he needs to find out. Huh. Van Horn had previously said he believed Stone was killed. The body was found by hunters. The Sheriff's Department found several articles of clothing and fetal remains in the area. The clothing was identified by Stone's family. Stone was 7 months pregnant when she was last seen in August. She had been reported missing August 27th by her family. Oh, so she was missing for, what is that? 4 months. A student at Cambridge High School, Stone had not attended since that day, the first day of school. So she was at the first day of school. She probably told somebody that she was pregnant, and that person freaked out and killed her. Okay? That's really the answer in the story, I guarantee it. All right, this is the Project Cold Case story, and there's reasons why. See, I was thinking, well, shit, just check the DNA of the remains of the fetus, or the baby. It was 7 months old, for God's sake. So test the remains and do forensic genealogy and find out who the dad was. You already know who the mom was. This story is part of a collaborative project between Project Cold Case and the University of North. Okay, so Jamie Edwards slept in her sister's Robin Stone's bedroom every Christmas Eve. She couldn't allow herself to be tempted to see if Santa had come yet. That memory remains one of Jamie's favorites of her older sister. Robin was 17 years old and 7 months pregnant when she went missing from the small town of Cambridge, Ohio, on August 27, 1991. Jamie was unable to share a Christmas sleep with Robin that year. Hey, maybe I should do the... let me see if I can get my podcast music. Is it this one right here? Lost Times? Is that the... There we go. Let's try it again. Jamie Edwards slept in her sister Robin Stone's bedroom every Christmas Eve. She couldn't allow herself to be tempted to see if Santa had come yet. That memory remains one of Jamie's favorites of her older sister. Robin was 17 years old and 7 months pregnant when she went missing from the small town of Cambridge, Ohio on August 27, 1991. Jamie was unable to share a Christmas sleep with Robin that year for the first time. Robin's remains were found shortly after the holiday. Judy Stevens, Robin's mother, was incredibly affected by the loss of her daughter. She says the pain is incredible, or undescribable. She thinks about her daughter every day and remembers precious time together they spent together. Growing up, Robin was an animal lover and wanted to go to veterinarian school. She loved to visit her Aunt Becky and Uncle John and ride the ponies they kept. They would hook up a cart to the ponies and she would ride around laughing the entire time. As a high school student, Robin studied athletics, sports training, and learned how to wrap injuries. One day she found a rabbit with a wounded leg in their backyard, brought it inside, wrapped its leg, and made sure it was ready before releasing it back into the wild. Judy said her daughter was extremely friendly. She was friendly with everyone and made genuine human connections regardless of their age or anything, she fondly recalled. Judy once told Robin that she could invite people over for her birthday in 2nd grade. Only one person her age attended. Her friends were in junior high school and high school. But that was Robin's personality. She was friendly and made connections with everyone. Having children of her own now, Jamie can't help but think about what it would be like to have Robin as an aunt for her kids. Jamie also lost out on the chance to be an aunt to Robin's own children. I have one of my daughters Robin's middle name, Diane, Jamie said. The last time, holidays together, spending time with each other's family, none of it can be replaced. Let's see, hold on a second, I gotta fix this over here. Let me start over again. Let's see. None of it can be replaced. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Okay. Robin met her longtime friend, Jody Stopiak, when the two were in 5th grade. Jody was new to the elementary school, and Robin was the first one to introduce herself and ask to be friends. Jody said she was so thankful for Robin because it was hard to make friends when switching schools, she said. Ever since that day, Robin and Jody were best friends and shared so many memories, from sleepovers to drama class and to the marching band color guard. When they had sleepovers with their friends, they were known to often pull pranks on the first ones to fall asleep. Jody and Robin were always up late and the last two to go to bed. Jody vividly remembers the school assembly they had to attend one day. Oh. Yeah. Well, thanks, the Mike D Experience. Judy vividly remembers the school assembly they had to attend one day. Each class was supposed to sit with their homeroom. But since Jody had yet to make many friends, instead of letting her friends sit alone, Robin asked the teachers if they could sit together. I was so thankful and happy that she did that for me, Jody recalled with a smile. On August 27, 1991, Robin made it home from school and soon after received a phone call. "I'll be right there," Robin was heard saying. She told her mother that she was going over to Jody's house to study and would be home for dinner. Robin never returned. Her 1980 Ford Granada was found later near a vacant house, but Robin was still nowhere to be found. 4 months later, on December 28th, 2 hunters found remains in the woods near Lumberg Lake. The remains were soon identified as Robin Stone. After 2 years of investigations, the case went cold due to a lack of evidence and information that could be gathered. In 2014, the television show Cold Justice brought 2 new investigators to the case to try to find more information. It was hard to watch at times, Jamie said. It brought back memories and a lot of mixed feelings for us. The family found out more information about the case on the show than they knew before. Now, years after Robin's death, the investigators used technology to determine that her boyfriend at the time was the father of Robin's unborn baby. With the new information and new prosecuting attorney, Jamie said, we hope that someday soon we will have our day in court and the person or persons involved will finally be brought to justice. A funeral for Robin was held 11 years after her disappearance, after all the possible evidence could be gathered and her body was finally released. The Guernsey County Sheriff's Department said it was time for Robin to be laid to rest. Since then, Jamie has tried to push a lot of the experiences out of her mind and forget about them. We all coped the best that we could, and for me, I tried to avoid things about it. Let's see, she said. But the harder I would try to forget, the more I thought about it. It was the saddest moment in our lives, and it greatly affected our small community. Robin's family had to lean on each other after her death, and still to this day. Having Jamie really helped me after Robin's loss. She really kept me going, Judy said. Robin Stone was full of love and life. She was friendly, outgoing, strong, confident, unique, driven, and loved by many people, and her family isn't going to let her be forgotten. There isn't a day that goes by that my sister doesn't cross my mind, Jamie said. Some days are better than others, but even nearly 30 years later, I still hold hope. If you have any information on the unsolved murder of Robin Stone, please call the Guernsey County Sheriff's Office at 740-439-4455. Well, there you go. That's the dramatic reading of the Project Cold case write-up on it. Now, one of the things that I think there's another article here, though. I have one more, but that'll just be the normal. This is Medium. So this website isn't really like, oh, it's like, what do you call it? They do really good write-ups on crimes. I'm not sure what the word medium means. I don't think they're saying that they're like a psychic or anything. These are actually case information. So the Vanish episode. Oh, did they just do this case? What do you mean? Amazing. The Vanish episode literally aired earlier. What, today? The full episode is on Channel 5. Oh, well, that's cool. I just found it randomly on... I use this website right here. See this? These are all faces. These are all murdered people and missing people. I mean, there's like literally... I mean, you scroll up like that, and it keeps going, and I just randomly stopped on that one today. Just there it was. But then I found that there was an article that just came out 2 days ago, so yeah, I can see why that somebody might have done it. Wait, that's your gypsy? Come on, what was wrong with your gypsy? So now it's Subi-Wan Kanubi? I don't know if I'm going to remember that. Yeah, I know. Robin Stone started her senior year at Cambridge High School in Cambridge, Ohio on August 27, 1991. The 17-year-old was participating in a work-study program, so she only had to go to school for half a day. After getting out of class, she visited with some friends and then went home. At around 3 p.m., she and her mother walked to a nearby elementary school to pick up Robin's younger sister. The three of them then returned home together. Shortly after arriving, I bet when she said she was going over to her friend's house, that wasn't legit. She was probably meeting up with the guy. You know what this story reminds me the most of? Hold on a second. And Angie, you know that guy that sang the song, that case? I think it's Angie, God, what was the last name? That one's so similar. Because remember, she said she was pregnant to the guy at the Pizza Hut. And then they meet up together, and then she goes missing forever. This girl was supposed to be missing forever. Yeah. Well, she calls her Angie. Yeah. Well, Angie, Angela, same thing. That's right, Angela Freeman. That's it. Let's see. Robin Stone started... Okay, we already did that part. Shortly after arriving at the house, the phone rang. Robin answered and told the person on the phone, on the other end of the line... I mean, haven't they been able to track that number? She then told her mother that she was going over to her best friend's house to do math homework with her. Her mother, Judy Stevens, reminded her that she needed to be home by 6 p.m. for dinner, and Robin said she would definitely be back by then. She hurried out the front door and drove off in her 1980 Ford Granada. She would never make it back home. I think that person who typed in up above, Casey, was trying to make it sound like that I must have listened to their podcast and did a show on it today. I can assure you I don't watch or listen to any of those podcasts. And I actually, it just popped up in the faces of, on that website right there. You know, I just went through it, and that was one that I hadn't covered. I've covered so many of them, though, that I have to check each one. Unfortunately, today I wasted about 2 hours collecting for a case that I'd already covered. I just didn't remember, but it was 2 years ago. Yeah. How do you know who she's talking about? She just said, well, why is she talking about that case? We're talking about this totally different one right now. Amazing. The Vanished episode literally aired today. The full episode on channel VPN. He could probably watch the whole thing. What? Man, look, I'm almost tempted to get rid of rewind mode, okay? Because it just creates this weird discontinuity. It's ridiculous. But it's good to have, too, because people are like, oh, I want to watch this, and they catch up, right? Yeah, we did all that at the beginning, Melanie. Yeah. Must have missed it. Shortly after arriving at the house, the phone rang. Robin answered and told the person on the other end of the line that she would be right there. She then told her mother that she was going over to her best friend's house to do math homework with her. Her mother, Judy Stephen, reminded her that she needed to be home by 6, and she said she would definitely be back by then. She hurried out the door and drove off in her 1980 Ford Granada. Jesus, sneeze again. She would never make it back home. 6 p.m. came and went without any word from Robin. At first, her mother was slightly annoyed and assumed the teenager had lost track of time. She placed a call to Jody, her daughter's best friend, and was surprised to learn that Robin hadn't been there. I knew it. All that afternoon. Jody also denied calling the house earlier that day. It appeared that Robin had lied to her mother about who called and where she was going. Judy began calling all of Robin's friends, but none of them had seen her since she left school earlier that afternoon. Judy was debating whether or not she should call police when the phone rang at 8:30 p.m. It was Guernsey County Sheriff's Department. They had found Robin's car seemingly abandoned near a vacant house located near the Cambridge Westland Township. Judy reported her daughter missing. She was certain that something terrible had happened to Robin. Although police found nothing unusual in or around Robin's car, her family noticed one detail that investigators had overlooked. Robin's usually had a pair of fuzzy dice hanging from her rearview mirror. When the car was found, the string holding the dice together was broken, and the dice had been thrown into the back seat. Robin's family... Oh, hold on. Let me get my normal... I gotta let the dogs in, too, so... Just a second. Yep, you too can join the Love Boat. Let's see. As weeks went by without any sign of Robin, her family grew increasingly desperate to find her. Detectives interviewed those closest to Robin, but her friends were unable to provide any information about her whereabouts. Lee Savage, who had been Robin's boyfriend at the time of her disappearance, told investigators that he wasn't the father of the unborn child, and he had no idea where she might have gone. She had not given any indication that she had been... So that person is probably that is the father, because that was her boyfriend. She had not given any indication that she had been unhappy or preparing to run away, and none of her friends or family members believed that she would have voluntarily walked away from her life. They were convinced that she had been a victim of foul play. On December 28, 1991, 4 months after Robin vanished, 3 hunters from Zanesville stumbled across skeletal remains near a private lake in Westland Township. As soon as they realized that the bones were human, they called police. The location was only about a mile away from where Robin's car had been found, and detectives immediately assumed that Robin had been found. Although they would need to use dental records before they could be completely certain, as soon as investigators started processing the scene, they believed they had uncovered Robin and her unborn child. The skeletal remains of a female and her fetus were easily recognizable, and Robin was the only pregnant female missing from the area. Tattered shreds of clothing found with the remains also matched the clothing Robin had been wearing when she was last seen. They soon confirmed to the media that Robin and her unborn child had been found. Robin's family was heartbroken when they learned that she was dead. They were particularly bothered by the fact that she and her baby had been so close to home the entire time and no one had known. Worse, they were told that they would have to wait before they could lay Robin and her baby to rest. Their skeletal remains were held as evidence while detectives tried to determine who killed them. The medical examiner was unable to determine an exact cause of death, her skull had no noticeable deformities, and none of her bones showed marks from a knife or bullet. It is likely that she was strangled to death, the official cause of death listed as homicide. Detectives believe that determining the father of Robin's child would be a key factor in solving the murder. But they immediately hit a brick wall. DNA technology was in its infancy, and Robin had been very open about the fact she had been dating quite a few different guys. See, that would give motive to any of them who thought that that was their kid. And that's why it's a difficult case. She had been dating quite a few guys, different guys, around the time she got pregnant. They turned to her diary to try and understand more about what had been going on in her life. Robin's longest relationship had been with Lee Savage, and it was clear from her diary that she was in love with him. They had started dating in January 1991. Lee broke up with her several times during the course of their relationship, but Robin was always able to win him back. She believed that he was the father of her child, and she wrote often about how she hoped he would be the one that she told was the father. She hoped he would be part of the baby's life. Lee, however, always denied being the father. See, that makes him... And detectives knew it was possible he was right. Robin wrote about several... See, here's the thing, though, is he's the one that she would have told because she wanted to keep him, right? So that's the... Huh? Who are you talking about, Buckle Bunny? No worry, Gray, it just shows what an idiot they are. You must be on rewind mode, too. Okay. Don't even know what you're even referring to. Let's see. Lee had even told one person that he believed his... Okay. Robin wrote about several other men she had been with around the same time without DNA evidence proving paternity was impossible. Lee had even told one person that he believed his own father could be responsible for getting Robin pregnant. Robin's very detailed diary seems to dispute this. Despite the fact that they could... I mean, that's crazy. So he knew that DNA might tie him back somehow or something. Oh, maybe it's my father, you know. That guy is very likely the person who did something. It was only about a half mile... Okay, despite the fact that they couldn't prove he was the father of the baby, Lee was high up on the list of suspects developed by detectives. Robin's body had been found near Luberg Lake, a place she had mentioned several times. Isn't that weird? That is so similar to the Angela Freeman story. I mean, it's just... Those two had always gone to that bridge, remember? God, it's almost... identical. It was only about a half mile from Lee's home and would have been very familiar to him. Lee's father, Jack Savage, was also looked at as a potential suspect. He had hated Robin and made it clear that he didn't want his son dating her. In his eyes, Robin came from a lower-class family and wasn't good enough for his son. He insisted that Robin had already been 4 months pregnant when she started dating Lee, something that was clearly untrue, and he was known around town for having an explosive temper. When the mother of one of Robin's friends called Jack the night Robin disappeared, he told her that he hoped that Robin was dead and referred to her as a welfare trash. Jesus. Despite the circumstantial evidence pointing to Lee and Jack Savage, there was no physical evidence connecting them to the crime. Unable to come up with enough evidence to file charges against anyone, the investigation into Robin's death soon stalled and then went cold. It would remain that way for more than 2 decades. In 2002, the Guernsey County Sheriff's Department decided that it was time for Robin to be laid to rest, and they released her remains to her family more than 11 years after she died. Robin's family was finally able to hold a funeral for her. Robin's case got a fresh look in 2014 when the television show Cold Justice aired an episode featuring it. Investigators also spoke with several of Lee's former girlfriends and learned that he had a violent streak. One noted that he broke her tailbone when he pushed her out of the door. He also choked one woman during sex. She was too frightened of him to press charges. Another ex said that he had always had a bad temper and could be very violent after they divorced. He told her that she was lucky he didn't do to her what he had done to that other girl. Oh my God, that's not enough. DNA testing was finally completed on Robin's child, and it was determined that Lee Savage was the father. Robin had been right. When confronted with the information by detectives, Lee backpedaled on his earlier statements and admitted that he had sex with Robin, but still insisted that he had nothing to do with the murder of Robin. Despite the new evidence that came to light in 2014, there has never been any charges in Robin's murder. Robin Stone was 17 years old when she and her unborn baby were murdered in 1991. She was an extremely intelligent teenager who hoped to become a veterinarian. She came from a close-knit family that has suffered deeply from her loss, and they pray that Robin's killer will one day soon be brought to justice. If you have any information, call the Guernsey County Sheriff's Department at 740-439-4455. All right. But, you guys, we got into another one of those lulls again. 45 minutes of absolute nothingness. I know it's because I'm reading. But, I thought I read some of that stuff pretty good. I really did. What time is it? 2:48? Yeah. See, this thing here is about an hour and 40-something minutes. I mean, I can just play it in the background if you guys want to watch it. This is the Housekeeper in the Murdaugh case. But I'm not sure what to make of that last case, I mean, I know the guy. I mean, my feeling is that kid did it, but I'm not sure why when I say I don't know what to make of it, why haven't they just given it a shot, Huh? What do you mean you got it right? What are you talking about, Joseph? Yeah. Yeah, in this case, it's just like some of the other cases where the father and the dad could have something to do with it. What are you talking about? What are the booms for? I don't really get it. Yeah. Of course, it could be that the dad helped out in some way, right? That was in the articles we were reading. Jesus. Anyways, wow. Actually, yeah, it's only an hour and 30 minutes. Yeah, well, it's not the dad's baby. It's the kid's baby, but maybe the dad helped out and said, you're not going to have that child. We got to do something about it. She's going to ruin your whole life. And then the father and the son went out and the reason is where the car was is how would the killer get to where they're from? You'd have to have somebody else likely helped out. And there it is. That's the answer. I'm just curious what the whole thing about the father. Yeah, it's in the articles. Yeah. All right. So do you guys want to watch this or not? I mean, it's like everything's just kind of slowed down here. I'd rather just maybe tomorrow or something in the morning or whatever, or at some point we can play it. It's already 2 hours and 50 minutes. And I'd rather just go do something else. Yeah, it was interesting, but I don't know if I have another an hour and 30 minutes in me. No, she was just talking about various clothing items. I mean, you'd have to watch it, really. But I got my nose is stuffy and I don't know what the hell's going on. I think it's this vent, even though I put these filters on it. Yep, yep. Yeah, but you can just see, like I just told you, it became like this. In the last hour, just pow. So, I mean, that's like another hour and a half of my time, too, so. Alright, let's see. Thank you to, right off the bat, with Scouting Dude, who I, for about 3 seconds, confused with, I didn't confuse it, I just said the wrong name of somebody. Then Eugenie, Lane Dune, Skeet, Allie Cake, Georgina Stoliker, Christy, Nicole, Ashy Snow, Colleen, Daily Page, Brianna 25, Bucolic Buffalo, K Me, a gift and super chat, Melissa South, Doohickey, V-Dub, Christy, Brianna 25, Ninny C, Not Your Average Chick, Rhea Mazaron, George Leonard, Classical Guitarist, The Mike D Experience, Brianna 25, Cali Gal 3, Stay on way, Georgina Stoliker, well it's already been 3 hours, right? Susie Clue, Tawny Lee, Billy Juliana, Mary B. Awkward, Brianna 25. Hey, thanks, Colleen. K-Me, WNC Granny, Tina Susser, Nicole, Jessica Schubach, Brianna 25, Jenny 8675309, Jason Freer, and Healy. Well, here, what I might do is if I just play it, and I'll go do something else, and I'll check in every once in a while. Then you guys can still talk and do what you were doing. How about that? The Mike D Experience, Christy, Dobby Smith, Mary Anderson, Linda Howell, Melanie, Brianna 25, Zozo, Mel's Diner, Doohickey, The Mike D Experience, Subiwan Kenobi, which used to be Your Gypsy, Zozo, the Stay On Wave. Well, there was no wave to stay on, but we'll just stay on just for that one super chat. How about that? Then it'll be sort of like a premiere, right? You're just sort of watching it. This is day 13, I think. All right, here we go, everybody. It's only an hour and a half of what was on this video here.
My name is Blanca Turrubiate-Simpson.
Here, I'll make it a little bit louder. How about I'll make it at 5 more decibels there. Thanks, Plato. And also earlier, thank you to just a second. I got to thank the Susie Clue, Paulette Leonard, Shelley Savoy, and Lillian on PayPal. Thank you. How about this? What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to spin really quick for the people. We're going to have to just do a notebook again, unfortunately. So hold on. A whole bunch of blank spaces for some reason, but hey, it looks better with the blanks. So hold on. This is for the notebook. And then we'll get to we'll play it, just to clear these out. Alright. Mama 457 Rose. Throw you in there. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Here comes the spin. It's probably going to land on a blank, but nope. Oh, somebody, there's money in there too. Mama 457 Rose. Look at that. Right at the end. That's funny. Well, send me your address for the notebook. All right. You guys ready? Isn't that crazy? Mama 457 Rose. So this is the
I'd
housekeeper.
like for you to go back in your mind now and take this jury back.
Well, here's the beginning of it. I just skipped through the first part where she's just talking about how she got the job.
My name is Blanca Turrubiate-Simpson.
I'd like for you to go back in your mind now and take this jury back to June 7th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
You were working there for the Murdaughs then?
Yes, sir.
That's a Monday. Do we all know that, June 7th?
Yes, sir.
When had you worked prior to that? At the Moselle property for them?
Friday.
And at that point, had you seen, what family members did you see at Moselle on Friday, which would have been the June 4th of 2021? Do you remember?
Paul.
And what was your interaction with Paul that day?
Paul walked through the door, his usual self. I was walking out of the laundry room, coming into the kitchen, and Paul came in the front door, and he was holding a laundry basket full of clothes. And as he was approaching me, he saw me, and he said, "What's up, Miss B?" And I just looked at him. I said, "Boy," I said, "if you got all them dirty clothes and you want me to take care of that," I said, "I'm getting ready to leave." He's like, "Oh, come on, Miss B, you can help me out." He said, "I need them for the weekend." He said, I said, "Well, just pull a couple of them out, what you need, and I'll take care of it." And I ended up staying late to make sure that he had his clothing ready for the weekend.
So did you wash the clothes for the entire family? Was that part of your?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did Paul leave that Friday?
Yeah, I saw him leave. I don't know whether he was actually gone for the weekend or if he was still.
And did you ever see him again?
No, sir.
Did you have regular hours in June of 2021 that you worked at Moselle for the Murdaugh family?
They weren't really set hours. Maggie was pretty, she was just easygoing. If I had stuff to do, if I had stuff to take care of, she wasn't really too keen on any specific hours. So, you know, if I had a doctor's appointment or if I had anything, she'd be like, okay, no, her main comment to me always was no worries.
No worries.
No worries.
Well, June 7th specifically, were you scheduled to work at Moselle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you have contact with Miss Maggie Murdaugh sometime prior to getting to Moselle that morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think it's in evidence, but tell these folks what contact you had with her.
She texted me and asked me if I could stop at the grocery store on my way to Moselle because Alex wanted some Capri Suns.
Wanted some what?
Capri Suns.
Okay.
And she said apple, and I believe she said pineapple first, and then they changed. She came back with another text and said, no, he wants orange, I believe that's what he said. That's what the text said. I'm not.
And did you try to get some orange Capri Suns?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
I went to the Food Lion.
And were you successful in your search for
No,
orange Capri Suns?
No, sir.
I'll show you what's marked States 54, Sparka. Excuse me, Defendants 54 for the record. Did you have any other texts with Miss Maggie before you got to Moselle?
Yes, Maggie told me she had to go to a doctor's appointment, and she said that in the text, Maggie said, Alec wants me to come home. And she said, and in a phone conversation, she told me, she said, I left some food in the refrigerator. Is there any way that you can cook? Paul likes the way you cook. So she said, because I don't think I'll be back in time. So I said, yeah, sure. I said, I'll do it. So it was nothing. I finished what I was doing, and then I started cooking, making sure the meal was ready for when Paul and they arrived at home. Well, that afternoon. And we had another conversation on the phone where she told me, she said, Alec wants me to come home. And she kind of sounded like she didn't want to come home. Because she really liked being at Edisto. And they had a lot of work that was going on, and she was trying to make sure everything was ready for the 4th of July gathering that she was planning. So she was very detail orientated, so she wanted everything perfect. So she was she sounded like she was a little disappointed. And then she said, well, Alec asked Paul to come home too, because he's got to fix the mess up out there that that CB had done.
That CB Road?
Yes, sir. And he said Alec had told Paul to come and fix it because they were planning on having a hunt that weekend, so he wanted everything ready and good to go.
So he'd asked Maggie to come, and then he had asked Alex to come.
That's what
Paul to come.
Paul. That's what Maggie told me over the phone.
And looking at Defendants 54, can you read that? Text.
He said, thank you, I'm waiting at doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave. Door open at Edisto, but trust Mexicans to shut and lock for me. His dad is back in the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, it's pneumonia. And then she's got some emojis. She said, Alec is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Needs to take care of himself as well.
And when she said, I trust the Mexicans to leave the door open, that didn't bother you?
No, sir.
Okay. When she said, I guess my question is, you said you didn't think she wanted to.
Mr. Meadows, you're standing in front of the jurors.
I apologize. When you had just testified you didn't think she wanted to come home, was work being done at Edisto?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did she like being at Edisto?
Yes, sir, she did.
And when would she stay at Edisto?
Any chance she had.
Okay. Where was a time of year that she liked being there more than other times?
Yes, sir. Come around spring, summer, she preferred to be in Edisto.
And I guess, was she at Edisto the night, Sunday night, do you know? Where was she Sunday night?
I'm not sure.
False speculation, unless she knows.
She can answer if she knows.
I'm not sure.
Were you on schedule June 7th time-wise? Were you running late? Were you? What time were you supposed to be there?
I didn't have a set time to be there.
After you and Maggie talked and texted, did you go to Moselle?
Yes, I did.
And when you got there, was Maggie there?
No, sir. She had just left.
Was Paul there?
No.
Was defendant Alec Murdaugh there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. When you walked in the house, was he up?
No, sir. He was in bed.
He was in bed. Based on the time you spent there and your experience with the defendant Alec Murdaugh, was he a morning person?
No, sir.
No. How long were you there working before you saw Alec Murdaugh? That morning on June 7th of 21?
Probably a couple hours.
And can you tell these folks, did there come a point that morning where he left the house? Alec Murdaugh, did he leave and go to work or
Yes,
wherever?
he did.
Okay. And can you tell them what he was wearing, Alec Murdaugh, best of your memory, when he left Moselle?
He had a pair of khaki pants, greenish, I call it seafoam color, polo shirt, and he put a sports coat, a blue sports coat over it. And he put his shoes on, which were usually right there next to a dresser that they had right there in the living room area. That's where his shoes used to go, right there, so he just used to kind of slide his shoes on his way out the door.
Do you remember what type of shoes he had on June 7th, 2021, when he left?
His regular work shoes, the brown, there was a pair of brown leather shoes.
Was it a long sleeve shirt or a short sleeve shirt he left on?
The polo's a short sleeve shirt.
And staying out of everybody's view, do you remember anything specifically about that shirt?
As he put his coat on, he was putting his shoes on, and he was putting his coat on, and he was getting ready to walk out. He turned around, and I said, Alec, I said, hold on a minute. I said, your collar's sticking up. So he turned around, and I fixed his collar inside his jacket because one collar was sticking up.
So you actually helped, I'm sorry, but you helped move his shirt?
Yeah, yes, I did.
And you said it was a long or short sleeve? I'm sorry.
That polo is a short sleeve.
And did it have buttons on part of it, or do you know?
Just from here to here.
And was it a blue blazer
It was,
put on top of it?
It was a dark color.
He put a tie on? He didn't have a tie with that on?
No, sir.
I just, where's ties anymore? Now, Miss Maggie had asked you to fix dinner for the family. Did you do that?
I did.
Can you tell them what you make?
She called it steak burger, but it's cube steak and gravy, some white rice, and some green beans.
You're a good cook, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you see or talk to Maggie ever again after this text or this phone call?
Before I left Moselle, I texted her and I said the dinner was on the, I believe I texted to the effect that I left dinner on the stove for them. And that I can't really remember the text, but I did text her and let her know that the dinner was ready and that I was leaving.
And you said one of her phrases she used is no worries. Had she said that to you that day?
Yes.
When was that? It doesn't matter.
I can't remember.
You got a family of your own, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you, when you left Moselle, what did you do?
Pick up my son at school.
And your husband's working?
Yes, sir.
Law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And when you got home that night, did anybody call you that night?
No.
When did you hear about the murder at Moselle of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
The next morning when I was getting ready to go out there.
The next morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did you hear?
Alex called me.
And what did he tell you? He didn't call. He called you the next morning.
He called me early the next morning.
And what did he say to you?
He sounded shaky on the phone. You could tell he was. His voice sounded really shaky, and he said, "B, they're gone. They're gone." And my initial thought was, did she go back to Edison? That thought didn't cross my mind that he meant that they were dead at that time.
You just didn't comprehend
No,
what was going on?
No, sir, I did not. So he told me again, he said, "No, B, they're dead." And at that point, I don't remember because I believe I dropped the phone. My husband got the phone. I don't remember after that.
You literally dropped the phone?
Yes.
And did your husband get on the phone?
I don't remember. I don't remember. All I remember is when he said that they were dead. I dropped the phone, and I believe I said, "I'll be right over. I'll be right over."
Did he, the defendant Alex Murdaugh, tell you which way to go when you got to the house?
He said him and Buster were at Alameda, so I told him I was going to Alameda. You know, I wanted to make sure they were okay, and so I went from my house to Alameda. And then when I got ready to leave Alameda, he said, "Well, when you go to the house, go in the front because there's a lot of sled agents by the kennels. You can't go in that way." And he said, "Just try to straighten up the way Maggie liked everything, you know, in the house." He said, "You knew her the best." He said, "You know how she likes stuff." So I did. I went to the house.
So you went to
I went into Moselle
you
from
went to
Alameda.
Alameda to start with?
Yes, I did, to check on my Buster and Alec.
To comfort them?
Yes, sir.
And at his request, you went to Moselle to start cleaning up and getting the house in order?
Yes, sir. He said there was going to be people probably stopping by and bringing food and stuff. He said, "I just want the house to look the way Maggie would like for it to look." So I said, "Okay." And I went to the house.
Did you have a usual way that you went in to Moselle, entrance-wise?
From the house, if I was coming from my house, I would come in on I call it the Miley side. So I would actually enter the property through the kennels. And if I was coming from Hampton, or if I, in the other direction, then I would use the front entrance. But normally I use the kennel entrance coming from my house.
When you got to Moselle, we're now on the morning of June 8th, right, of 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see anybody in the property before you got to the main house?
No, sir.
And when you got to the main house, take us right there. Like right now as you're walking in the house, what were your observations?
It was hard because I know she wasn't going to be coming back. And I didn't want to move. I didn't want to move her stuff. It was just a weird feeling going through when I unlocked the front door to get in. It felt cold.
You really cared for her, didn't you?
I did.
What'd you do when you got inside?
When I got inside, I didn't turn on any lights. I didn't do anything. I walked through the front door and I went in the kitchen. And I was kind of, when I looked in the kitchen, I kind of just stopped in my tracks and I looked at the stove, and I was kind of, I don't know what the word is. When I looked and I noticed the stove, that there was no pots on the stove, it was kind of unusual, because usually when they ate dinner the night before, the pots usually stayed on the stove. Very, very seldom would she put, certain meals in the refrigerator. A lot of times it was just left on the stove until the next day. And the pots were not in the sink, and they were not on the stove. And then as I walked through, if you walk through the kitchen, like you're going to, from the kitchen, if you walk through the kitchen, if you go to the left, there's two freezer and a refrigerator, and the laundry room sat right there to the left. There's a back door to the back porch, and then there's the laundry room door. They're both right there. And as I turned to go to the laundry room, I noticed that her pajamas were in the middle of the doorway, right in the middle, laid neatly in the middle of the doorway going into the laundry room. It was her pajama pants, a pair of underwear, and her pajama top.
Was that unusual?
That was very unusual.
Wow.
Because she wouldn't lay her clothes out like that, not in the middle of the door like that. It just didn't look right to me.
And you took care of the house?
Yes.
You took care of the clothes?
Yes.
And not to get too personal, but sometimes you can't help it. Were the underwear there with the pajamas unusual?
Yes.
Why?
She didn't wear underwear with her pajamas.
No underwear with pajamas. But that struck you.
No underclothes with the pajamas.
But that struck you as unusual. They were there with the pajamas.
Yes, sir, because the underwear appeared to be clean, not dirty. They still had like fold marks.
And the pots, and I may have just missed it. You said, where would the pots end up when you found them?
After I looked at the pajamas on the floor, the way that they were set, I turned around and I said, well, I wonder where the pots are. So I opened the refrigerator door, and the pots were sitting inside the refrigerator with lids on them. And I was like, who did this? I don't know at that point, but that was not normal for the whole pot to be sitting in the fridge.
Did you make any other observations in the house, the bathroom, or anywhere else?
In the master bathroom was her clothes were sitting next to the tub. It was a small pile of clothes right there next to the tub, and by the shower. If you walk in the master bedroom, there's a big garden tub, spa type tub. And then right here is the shower, and there's a window. On the floor next to the shower was a slight puddle of water, a towel, and a pair of khaki pants. And then as I went to the left to see if there was anything else that was out, I looked in the closet, and in the closet was a white damp towel on the floor, and there was I'm pretty sure the t-shirt was white at one time, but they get kind of dingy after a few years. But that it appeared that a t-shirt had fallen off of the stack of t-shirts that were on top of the shelf right there in the closet. It was laying on the floor next to the towel.
When you took care of the home, was that, tell us how the clothes were laid out, the shirts, the shorts, were, you're saying up on a shelf, or the shirts, how were
In the closet, there was a shelf. There was some shelves, smaller shelves right here, and then there was some long ones. Maggie used to keep her clothes on these. And then there was a shorter one, kind of like little box-looking, you know. Alex used to keep his clothes, his belts and stuff in that. And then on top, there was also an area where he kept T-shirts. They were folded and they were kept on the shelf.
When you say T-shirts, I know what a T-shirt is, but I mean, were they T-shirts like I'm wearing right now, or were they T-shirts with pockets?
It was usually, they would be T-shirts, like if they would go, like when you go to a restaurant and they have like the logo of those type of T-shirts. He had a big collection of those.
And would you put them on the shelf?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you iron T-shirts?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you washed all the clothes?
Yes, I did.
Did he have a certain place that he kept shorts versus long pants?
Yes, sir. When you walk in the master bedroom, when you enter the master bedroom, the bed was right here. At the foot of the bed, you had a dresser here and a dresser here. The right dresser on the top drawers were usually his underwear, his socks. The next drawer was his T-shirts. On the bottom drawer were the pajama pants that he would wear or his shorts that he would wear to sleep in. In the left drawer, and one sits on this side of the door going into the bathroom, and the other one's right here. On the left dresser, he kept his white T-shirts that he would wear under when he wore a suit. He would wear, the T-shirts were in one of those drawers. And then the other two drawers were shorts. The dressier shorts, and then the not so dressier shorts. You know that.
So you testified a shirt looked like it had fallen when you saw it this morning?
Yes, sir.
June 8th, 2021. Okay. Was it still clean?
Yes, sir.
Did you put it back?
Yes, sir.
My boss, Don Zelenka, just reminded me that the food that you cooked, did you look and see how much was eaten in the pots?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, you said there was a damp towel. Where was that?
In the closet, on the floor.
And I know what damp means, but when you touched it, did it feel?
It was damp.
Okay. What did you do with it?
Took it to the laundry room.
And you said there were some pants there.
Yes, sir, there's a pair of khakis by the shower.
And what'd you do with those?
Took them to the laundry room.
Did you wash them?
Yes, sir.
Can we go to the...
Thank you. You may proceed. Mr. Harpooni and Mr. Waters, if you all would be seated.
Ms. Simpson.
Yes, sir.
I think where we left off, let me kind of try to refocus myself. I'm going to show you what's entered as State 7. Just, can you see those pants in State 7?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize those pants?
I can't hear your response.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You recognize those pants in State 7?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know those? How do you recognize them?
I took care of the laundry.
Have you cleaned them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where were these pants kept in State 7?
The left The left dresser and the third drawer, third or fourth drawer.
You know
They weren't in the ones where, he had one drawer with shorts that he would usually wear on the weekends, you know, the dressier ones. Those were kept in the drawer underneath that specific drawer.
So you know what drawers these were in?
Yes.
If you know from being there and taking care of the clothes and taking care of the family, were these his shorts he liked to wear a lot or not? Did you see him in these shorts much?
No.
And were these shorts clean the last time you saw them?
Yes.
Now this shirt that's also in States 7, had you seen that shirt before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where was this shirt kept in the closet at Moselle?
The top shelf, above where his clothes hang, the top shelf. There was a shelf up there.
And you've testified it looked like a shirt had fallen from that shelf when you got there on the morning of June 8th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was this shirt kept in that same place as the shirt that had fallen?
Yes, sir.
And the shirt that had fallen, what did you do with it after you picked it up?
I folded it back up and I placed it back on the shelf.
Was it clean?
Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
I understand that you all are apparently having a personal conversation, but you need to speak into the mic.
Yes, sir.
All right, look at me this way, I'm sorry. Had you cleaned this shirt that's in State 7 prior to June 7th of 2021?
I probably did.
And where would it have been placed after you cleaned it? Where would you have put it?
Up in the closet if there was no more room in the drawer.
As they're fixing that, when Mr. Mark. Okay, you freeze it right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, this, who's in the picture?
Alex.
Okay. And can you tell what kind of pants he's got on?
Khaki pants.
Okay. Can you tell what kind of shoes he's got on from that, Miss Simpson?
It appears to be a pair of loafers.
Loafers?
Mm-hmm. House shoes, loafers.
Okay, well tell me what you mean by house shoes.
Just his shoes that he would usually wear around the house if he was wearing shoes. Mm-hmm.
So would he usually just wear them inside?
Yes, sir.
But these appear to be those shoes.
It appears to be, yes.
And this shirt that Alec Murdaugh is wearing on June 7th, depicted in States 306, had you seen that shirt prior to June 7th?
It was in the closet.
Okay. And what type of shirt is that?
A Columbia shirt.
Columbia shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many of those type shirts did he have?
He had a few in the closet.
And what color is that shirt?
Just like a greenish aqua seafoam color.
Why do you keep using the term seafoam? I'm not fussing, I'm just asking.
The term seafoam, when Maggie was looking at different color palettes to paint, that color came up in one of the color palettes. So we would refer to it as a seafoam. But that's the term that was used for that color in one of the color palettes that she had.
After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see that shirt again?
No, sir. There was like a pink one, a white one, a baby blue in the closet. I do not remember that shirt being in there.
And on June 8th of 2021, in the morning hours when you came back over there, was that shirt there?
No, sir.
Were these shoes that you called house slippers, were those there?
No, sir.
Did you ever see those house shoes again?
No, sir.
And where did he usually keep them?
In the closet.
Did he have any other type shoes? Canvas or any kind of boat shoes?
He had a lot of shoes in the closet.
Do you remember any shoes that were canvas type shoes?
The boat shoes, like the Sperry.
Sperry shoes?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember those?
Yes, sir. They used to sit in the closet.
They used to sit in the closet. After June 7th of 2021, did you ever see the Sperry boat shoes again?
No, sir. I do not recall seeing them in the closet.
Never ever?
No, sir.
Did you stay on and work for a period of time for Alec Murdaugh at the Moselle?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did your day-to-day functions change after June 7th as far as Moselle itself?
Yes, sir, they did.
Well, tell them how that happened and what the change was.
After Maggie and Paul were killed, Alec did not stay on the property. On the 10th, when I believe his father passed away, after the
Murdaugh.
Yes, I believe after the service that we had for him at the cemetery, Alec called and asked if my husband and I would stay on the property because him and Buster were not going to be able to stay there. So we agreed to take care of the property and maintain it while he said until he decides what he's going to do with it.
And did in fact you and your husband start residing there for a period of time?
We did.
And what were you paid for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, do you mind telling them how much?
He would give me $1,500 a week to make sure that anything needed for the farm was taken care of, and my husband and I would maintain cutting the grass on that property, which is a lot of grass out there, and it would take in excess of 2 days to cut.
Would you cut it?
Yes, sir. I would help my husband.
Were you also taking care of the dogs?
Yes, sir.
Tell these folks what were the dogs' names?
Grady and Bubba.
Grady and Bubba.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You fed them?
Yes, sir.
Took care of them?
Yes, sir.
Where is Bubba? What's today? Whatever today is, where's Bubba today?
He's with me.
So you have Bubba in your home?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did Bubba have his own pen?
Yes, he did.
And I don't know if you've seen, but could at some point, and I'll keep going to the video of, well, could we play that now, please, when we get it to the video, the kennel video, please? What is it? And before we get there, when, and I'm sorry, I'm going back to this real quick. Is that the shirt he left for the office in that day?
No, sir.
Okay.
It's the house.
Had you ever seen Bubba with an animal in his mouth?
Yes, sir.
All right, tell them about that, please, ladies and gentlemen.
When Bubba was running around, if I or anybody, if the chickens were running out of the coop, he would chase the chickens and he would just go after the chickens or the guineas, whatever was out there.
And would you ever catch him?
Yes, he would.
All right. And how would the chicken get out of Bubba's mouth? And
you have to make several attempts to get the chicken out of his mouth, and at points he would growl at you if you tried to take his toy. Basically, that's what he.
In your experience in being there, was it easier for a family member or somebody Bubba knew to get the chicken out?
If he's stubborn. Yes, sir.
Okay. But would it take a period of time to get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Did you have a conversation with Alec Murdaugh about a shirt?
Yes, I did.
And let's go back. Where did this take place?
At the little house.
All right. What do you mean, the little house?
After Paul and Maggie were killed, Alec was not staying at Moselle. My husband and I were, and he would often stay in different places. But all his clothes and toiletries and everything were placed in the house that sits between Mr. Johnny Parker and his brother Randy. There's a small 2-bedroom house right there, and that's where all his belongings at the time went.
And where is that located?
In Hampton.
Okay, in Hampton. And who furnished this little house with clothes and toiletries and made sure stuff was there?
I did.
Okay. And who was Alec Murdaugh staying there with when he stayed there, if anybody?
He never stayed there. He would just go and get his clothing and eat whatever, you know, if he would have a snack or something. He wasn't really eating.
Well, during the month of August, do you remember him having a conversation with you about a shirt?
Yes, sir.
Did you find that to be unusual?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell them what the conversation was and why you found it unusual. Please.
He walked in to the little house, and I was getting ready to leave, and he said, "B, I need to talk to you." And he said, "Come here, sit down." So I went in the living room. I sat down, and he was pacing back and forth in the living room. And he said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "I got a bad feeling." He said, "Something's not right." And then he said, "Well, you know, there's a video. There was a video that was out. I hadn't seen a video." And he said, "You remember the shirt I was wearing, that Vinnie Vines shirt?" That's what he said to me. And in my mind, I was saying, I don't remember a Vinnie Vines shirt. It was the polo shirt. But I didn't mention. He said, "Well, you know what? I was wearing that shirt." He said, "You know, in the that day." And still, I was just, I didn't say anything, but I was kind of thrown back because I don't remember that. I don't remember him wearing that shirt that day when he left. I know what shirt he was wearing because I fixed the collar, and the collars are different material.
And I don't know what a Vinnie Vine shirt is. But when he left that day, was he wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt? Or was he
Hit the like button.
wearing the collar you've described?
It was a polo shirt.
Polo shirt. Just using your common sense, did it appear to you he was trying to tell you to say, "I was wearing the shirt"? How did you take that conversation?
I felt like he was, I felt confused at first, and then I know what he was wearing the day he left the house, and I was basically confused. I didn't really know whether he was trying to get me to say that shirt, if I was to be asked that if that was the shirt he was wearing the day.
Ms. Blanco.
Hit that like button.
455, 457 for ID only. Do you recognize these, and do they relate to your testimony without saying what they are?
Yes.
Okay. On September 4th of 2021, did you have a conversation with defendant Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
Okay. And what did he ask you to do?
He asked me to send him a photo of the insurance cards.
And do you know what day of the week that was? And I'll go back here so you can talk. I'm sorry.
I don't remember the day. All I know was it's on my phone.
He asked you to send him a copy of his medical card?
Oh, it was on a Saturday morning because the next day was my daughter's birthday. That early that morning when he called me, he asked me, when I sent him the picture of the plastic insurance card, he said, no, I need the cardboard one. Well, the cardboard one was in Maggie's purse. It wasn't in the area where I usually kept the cards in the cabinet. So I told him, I said, it's in Maggie's purse. He said, well, go ahead and get the cards and send me a picture of them. And I asked him if he was okay, and he said, well, I'm just getting some routine exams done, he said, and I need the number so I could go ahead and schedule these appointments. And it was a Saturday because I was thinking, where's he gonna go to get appointments done on a Saturday? But I didn't say anything. I went and I took pictures and I sent him all the copies of the cards that I found.
Your Honor, we'd offer say 455, 457.
First of all, he consulted with me about this as he walked up to me a moment ago. I don't quite understand the relevance. Why him asking for, you want to tell me?
Talking to him,
I'm sorry, if he would just consult with me for a moment and tell me what the relevance is, but he hadn't told me.
With your permission?
Yes, sir.
57 without objection.
Reserving our previously made objections, I apologize.
What previous objection? What previous objection? You said reserving your previous objection.
I apologize, I'm just so used to saying that. I apologize. I had no previous made objection to this document concerning this issue. I apologize.
Made it without objection.
455, I'll stand right here, okay? Were you texting with Alex Murdaugh about sending these cards?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And that's the text, and is that his medical card you sent him a picture of?
One of the medical cards I sent him a picture of, yes.
Please listen to me carefully and don't go any farther than my answer ask, okay?
Yes, sir.
After this date, September 4th of 2021, did you and your husband quit living at Moselle?
We did.
A couple other questions, and I know everybody will be glad I'm sitting down. In addition to cleaning the house, did you ever look at Maggie's Mercedes to try to clean it afterwards?
I did.
What, if anything, did you find?
As I was cleaning the vehicle, removing her,
I would object unless she gives a date, or at least a range of dates.
Do you remember when that was?
that was about a week after.
Okay. After the murders? When did you, do you remember when you cleaned her car?
I cleaned the car when they asked me to pick it up from the impound sheriff's department.
And who asked you to pick it up?
Randy and his wife had dropped off Paul's truck and they were getting ready to leave to go out of town. So he asked if my husband and I could go pick up the Mercedes from the impound and bring it back to the house.
And did you clean it after that?
I did.
And what did you find, if anything?
Well, she still had paint for the Edisto house that she was trying to touch up some areas at the house, and she had some pillows that she was gonna return. And as I moved the seat to clean, to vacuum underneath the driver's side seat, I found her ring.
Or what?
Her ring. Her wedding band.
Now, did Maggie, based on your time with her and experience, like being at Moselle by herself?
No.
And leading up to the murders, was she anxious about anything?
She had a conversation with me. She had a conversation with me a few months prior. I walked in the house and Maggie said, "Hey, Blanc," she said, "I got to talk to you. I got something to tell you." And so she said, "Let me make some coffee." And she went and made a pot of coffee. She made me a cup, she made herself a cup, and we went. She said, "Let's go talk." And we went into the hunting room, and she closed the door because Alec was sleeping in the bedroom, which is on the other side of the house, but she closed the door. When Maggie closed the door,
Hearsay.
Response?
Judge, I think, was she anxious about money issues?
Your Honor, I object to...
Well, I know you objected, and
but he is...
I understand your objection. Well, I don't care what you're doing. There's an objection to the previous question. The objection is sustained. While entertaining the objection, you cannot pose another question. The objection is sustained.
I apologize.
Yes, sir. Make your seat.
Your Honor, I hesitate, but this is a matter that needs to be put on the record.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have you go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case. Yes, sir. If everyone will be seated. Yes.
I objected to a conversation. We're aware of that conversation, but I objected knowing where he was going, which was, and in that same interview, by the way, that she gave about a statement where Maggie said that she was concerned about money, she also indicated Maggie was never concerned about money. Either way, it's hearsay. He said before Your Honor ruled, was she concerned about money or wasn't she concerned about money? He testified, which is to hearsay. I would move for mistrial. I think that's unduly prejudicial based on the last 3 weeks we've heard of financial misconduct on part of the defendant. I would move for mistrial. I would move that it's not mistrial because I don't think, even if you give this jury an instruction, you can't unring the bell. You can't correct that. And now I've had to draw attention to it, even more so by objecting to it. He knew that was wrong. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Meadows.
Your Honor, and for the record, I apologize for that question. I don't have to say it. I'm
Well,
sorry.
we're not here about apologies. Go ahead.
And I can't help it.
Yes, sir.
Judge, under 803, and what I should have brought to the court's attention first, 803.3, we think this would be admissible hearsay exception, then existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. The statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition. We think it fits under that rule, how she was, and that's all I was going to listen. That's it. I won't go, and hearsay was coming out a little bit there. A lot of hearsays come out in this trial. They wasn't objected, and it just was rolling. I wasn't trying to plan that part ahead. But I do think respectfully it comes in there. We'd like you to consider under 803.3, Judge. And that's what I should have said before I asked the question. Again, for the record, say I'm sorry.
803.3, the following are not excluded by the hearsay rule, even though the declarant is available as a witness. A statement of the declarant's then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, motive, design, mental feelings, pain, and bodily health, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed, unless it relates to the execution, revocation, identification, or terms of declarant's will. All right, Mr. Harpootlian.
Obviously, Your Honor, I don't think that's covered by 803.
Why not?
Well, because it's the declarants, and maybe we need to ask her exactly what she said before you rule on that. The only testimony we've heard on that point is his.
We heard a question, then an objection, and then another question while the court was listening to your objection.
Yes, sir.
So we'll have a proffer of this testimony and see where it's going.
Was Maggie Murdaugh anxious of anything in the days leading up to the murder that she expressed to you?
Yes, sir.
Please tell the judge what it was.
She was worried because a lawsuit had been presented stating that they wanted $30 million. Maggie was crying. Maggie said, we don't have that kind of money, Blanc. And that's what she used to call me. She said, we don't have that. She said, if I could give them everything that I got and make this go away, she said, I would do it in a heartbeat. She said, I'll start over. We'll start over. She said, I just want it gone.
This moment, we're listening to a proffer. Go ahead.
Would that be instead of that long, would that be like money issues that she was worried about?
The money issues dealing with the lawsuit.
And Your Honor, that's all I was going to offer or ask for the money issues. I wasn't looking to even go in detail on what she said there, that long colloquy.
Yes, sir.
I don't quite understand how this fits into, first, the what you allowed in under 403, 404B, and raised gesture. Right. It is her perception that the lawsuit, for $30 million, is putting financial stress on her. There's not any. She's not relating that Alex has any stress on him. He's the one on trial. Her perception that the $30 million was concerning her. I mean, she's not accused. That is, Maggie Murdaugh is not the defendant here. There's no connecting it to the defendant. I don't understand not only is it hearsay, it's not relevant to the issues being litigated here. Her state of mind on financial issues, I don't know how that relates.
Anything further?
No, sir.
We've had testimony elicited by the defense throughout the trial from witnesses portraying the family as a loving and happy marriage. Question posed to Mr. Gibson, I believe it was, and to the other friend of Paul's and Buster's, as to whether the family was anxious or seemed to have any concerns or issues going on at the time. And I find that this testimony properly responds to that testimony, and the objection is overruled. Anything else? All right, let's take a 1 minute stretch before the jury comes back. Thank you. The last objection is overruled, and you may proceed.
Ms. Simpson, in the days leading up to the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, based on your time with her, was Maggie Murdaugh anxious about anything?
She was concerned about the amount of money that they were requesting on that lawsuit. $30 million is what she told me.
We're going to show you what's marked 297.
You pose a question. There's an objection. The court overruled the objection. And do you want the witness to answer the question that you posed?
Yes, sir.
Well, you posed a separate question.
Yes, sir. And I thought she had answered. You said she was worried about $30 million. Can you explain that more?
That wasn't your question. That there was an objection to. Do you withdraw the question that you posed prior to the court's ruling on the objection?
No, sir.
Or you forgot the question?
To the world, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
All right. Proceed.
What was she anxious about?
She said She knew the amount of money that they were asking, but she felt that Alec was not being truthful to her with regard to what exactly was going on with that lawsuit. She said, he doesn't tell me everything.
Quit, Cash. Quit. It's okay. Come here. Come here, Cash. Shit. Close to it. Cash. Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth. Bubba. Hey, Bubba. It's a guinea. This is a chicken. Come here, Cash. Come on, Cash. Quit.
Ms. Blanca, had you seen that before?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I think maybe in prior statements or something that, had you said, do you recognize voices on there?
Yes, sir.
Who do you recognize?
It's Paul, Maggie, Alec.
And if previously, have you said in a memo or a memorandum in interview that you thought you may have heard another voice?
Yes, sir, I did, at a distance.
But having listened to it again, have you listened to it this week? I mean, it's not on TV. Have you seen it?
I have. There's only 3 voices, Alec, Maggie, and Paul.
So after hearing it several times, is that your conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Just a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
Would Miss Maggie Murdaugh, did she go down to the kennels at night by herself?
No, sir.
Okay. And you say that emphatically. Why, do you know that?
She was scared.
Okay.
It got dark out there.
So would she go down there by herself?
No.
Did she like to go down there when it wasn't dark?
She did.
And did she like playing with the dogs?
She always took the dogs with her.
Which dogs were hers?
Grady and Bubba were always with her.
Okay. So when she was at Edisto, where would Grady and Bubba be?
She would, sometimes she would take both of them, but the majority of the time, in the last few months, she was alternating. She would take one or if not the other.
Can you tell us about the defendants? Did you ever see him with his cell phone? Alec Murdaugh, did you ever see him use his cell phone?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury his habits with the cell phone? Would he have it a lot? Did he use it a lot?
Yes, sir, he did.
Okay.
He was always on his phone.
Say that again?
He was always on his phone.
And Paul, were you familiar with his habits as regarding cell phones?
Not the times that he was there at the house, he was always on his phone. If he'd go in the shower or whatever, he'd play his country music on the phone. But that's the extent that I know from what I observed being there in the house.
And when you were on June 8th, and you've talked about it, and I'm not trying to rehash that, but on June 8th of 2021, when you went to clean up the house, is that pretty much what you saw in the bathroom, the pants and the damp towel?
Yes, sir. There was a rug right as you step out of the shower, and there was like a slight puddle of water, a towel, a white towel, and then a pair of khaki pants.
But you didn't see any bloody clothes or anything like that?
No, sir.
Did this, I'm sorry, Judge. Is the individual in states? Is that individual in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And would you please, is it Alec Murdaugh sitting between Mr. Harper
Sitting
and
right
Mr.
there. Yes, sir.
And the record is reflecting. Thank you, Judge. Have you ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Have you ever seen these shoes again that he's wearing here?
No, sir.
And the Sperry cloth, you said the Sperry shoes, have you ever seen those again?
No, sir.
That's all, thank you.
Your Honor. Ma'am, my name's Dick Harpuglia, and I represent the man you know as Alex, right?
Yes, sir, I met you before.
I don't think we've ever met before, have we?
Yes, we have.
We've met?
Yes, sir, at the house. Maggie's funeral.
Oh, at Maggie's funeral, yes. I apologize. A lot of people there that day.
Yes, sir.
Alex has always referred to you when people ask who you are as his friend, correct?
That is correct.
Never called you his housekeeper, right?
That is correct.
He always, when he introduced you, as his friend.
That is correct.
Now, you've also, I think in multiple interviews with Sweat and other folks, described, I think the words were, Maggie was his all. Isn't that what you told Sweat?
Yes, sir.
What does that mean, Maggie was his all?
He adored her. He loved her. He adored her.
Worshipped her. I mean, just treated her as somebody he adored, correct?
Exactly, yes, sir.
Now, I think they also asked you if you ever saw them have any arguments. And
No, I did not ask that. Objection.
You restate the question, please.
Sweat asked you if you ever seen them have any arguments. I don't quite understand the basis of the objection, Your Honor.
You restated the question. You may respond.
What was the question again, sir?
Did you ever see them have any arguments?
I never saw them have arguments. It was just minor disagreement because of the remodeling.
And I think you cite specifically, they had, when you said they had arguments, it was about the paint colors, for instance.
One of them was Maggie was set on getting a certain white, and Alec was saying, just get whatever white, basically. You know, he didn't care. She wanted a specific white, and he just didn't care.
But you never saw them have any violent arguments or argue about money or argue about relationships. It was all the minor things that most couples go through, picking paint colors and those kinds of things. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To some, they would disagree on. It wasn't that they disagreed. The only thing that I remember Maggie saying was that she just wanted him to sit still and listen to her for at least 10 minutes at a time because he was always on the go.
Is that an uncommon complaint between husbands and wives or wives to husbands? I want you to just listen to me. Is that right?
She would get frustrated because of that.
Right. You ever tell your husband that? Just listen to me. Sit, please.
All the time.
Okay. So let me talk a little bit about the morning of the 7th.
Yes, sir.
And then the morning of the 8th, because I understand you left before Paul, Maggie, or Alec was on the Moselle property on the 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're going to talk about those texts in just a minute between you and Maggie, but you fixed some dinner for them.
I did.
And did you set a table, or did they have to go get their own plates and put them out?
No, I left the food on the stove.
Right. And normally the next day, the pots would still be on the stove, right?
Yes, sir.
Would they clean up their plates or leave those in the sink, or how would that go?
Sometimes the plates would be in the living room. There was no plates in the living room. They were in the sink.
Okay, but when you got there on the morning of the 8th?
The plates were in the sink. They were not in the living room.
Okay, now, are you aware of how many people were in there, how many friends, law partners, his sister, who was in the Moselle house on the night of the 7th?
No, sir.
Okay, if I told you there were 12 to 15 of them, Did that surprise you? I mean, Maggie and Paul had just been killed. Was he very close with his law partners?
Yes, sir.
Okay. His sister, Lynn? Do you know Lynn?
I met her at Maggie's, when Maggie passed.
Okay. And would it surprise you to know that the...
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
I'm just going to ask her if she knows, Your Honor.
Well, the objection is sustained. You cannot testify.
I'll make it more general than this. Do you know if anyone that evening of those people moved the food from the stovetop to the refrigerator?
I don't know.
Okay. Now let's talk a little bit about the room, the bedroom, and, well, let me ask you this. Let's back off just a little bit. You drove over from his mother and father's house, correct?
That is correct.
That morning, the 8th, to Moselle, right?
Yes, sir.
And instead of coming your normal way, which would have been the entrance by the kennels, where there, did you see all the police down there?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. You drove up to the main entrance that would go straight up to the house, or if you took a right on that road, you'd end up back down at the kennels, right?
Yes, sir.
And you came up that, were there police around the house up there?
Not around the house.
Okay. Did anyone question whether you should go into the house or not?
No, sir.
Was there anybody in the house other than you?
No, sir, it was me.
So did you find it strange that this was a crime scene?
Objection. Need to hear the question.
I'm sorry.
The question would be, did you find it strange there was no law enforcement present at the house that morning?
Let me answer the question.
Go ahead.
It wasn't strange because there was law enforcement all over on the kennel side. It wasn't strange that they allowed me to go into the house.
Well, let me ask you this. Did anybody from SLED show up while you were there that morning?
I believe there was an officer. I do not recall the officers.
Do you remember somebody coming in to search the house while you were there?
There were several agents that came through.
Right, but you'd been there for a while before they got there?
Yes, sir.
Did they ask you about clothes you'd found, or did they ask you about anything that you found out of the ordinary, anything like that?
I didn't ask any questions. They didn't ask me. They just went about doing what they were doing.
And were they going from room to room? Were they looking for things under the bed? Do you remember?
It appeared that that's what they were doing, sir.
Okay. But that was after you got there and picked up the bathroom, picked up the towel?
No, sir. I hadn't picked up anything at that point because I was still in shock and I was still trying to process what had just happened to my friend.
So they would have seen the khaki pants on the floor.
Objection.
Did they go into the bathroom?
I couldn't tell you, sir. The laundry room sits on the other side of the house, and I had to take some time to process what had happened to Maggie and Paul. I know I saw agents that went upstairs to Paul's room. I saw them walking through the house, sir, but I don't know what they took, what they didn't took. All I can tell you is what I saw when I got there.
Okay. While they're there or after they left, is that when you went into the bathroom and saw the khaki pants, somebody taking a shower, there was a towel on the floor, khaki pants on the floor? Was that before or after they left?
Yeah, after.
Okay. So all those items would have been there for those folks to see, as far as you know? Yes, sir. Now let me ask you a couple of things and about what you saw. They keep showing you this picture by the tree of Alex, and he appears to have on a khaki pair of pants in that picture, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure he had a number of different pairs of khaki pants, but were those khaki pants similar to the ones he has on in the picture? Could they be the same ones?
They could be, but he had several.
Right. And in terms of somebody had taken a shower, it looked like there was water on the floor?
Yes, sir.
Now, did Alex take a number of showers every day? Was he a prolific shower taker?
Not that I'm aware. He would get up in the morning, take a shower, and go to work.
But did he take showers other times during the day?
I wasn't there in the evening hours, so I don't know.
Okay. So, but it wasn't unusual for when you got there to find a towel on the floor and water on the floor from him having taken
That
a
wasn't
shower?
unusual, no.
Okay. And I think that when you were asked about a shirt, and we can pull this if you want to go back to, whether there was a shirt there also, you said you couldn't remember. Is that correct?
With regard to,
Whether there was a shirt with the khakis on the floor. You said, I couldn't remember.
I could not remember whether there was a shirt with a khaki pants. All I remember is a white damp towel sitting there.
Okay, and the khaki pants.
Yes, sir.
But you don't remember whether, and I think you told the grand jury, I don't remember whether it was a shirt or wasn't a shirt, correct?
That is correct.
And that's today. You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor. You just can't, you can tell them you don't remember, correct?
What was your question?
You can't tell this jury there wasn't a shirt on the floor because you can't remember whether there was a shirt on the floor or not. Isn't that what you told the grand jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we know there's a pair of khaki pants. There may have been a shirt. And those shoes, well, let me ask you this. You know, on the night of the 7th,
Yes, sir.
Alec had left, correct? He wasn't there when you got there the next morning.
No, sir, he wasn't there.
Okay. And matter of fact, he never spent another night at Moselle that
No,
you
sir,
knew.
he did not.
She knows, Your Honor.
You can answer if you know whether or not he's ever spent another night there.
After the murders, did he ever spend another night at Moselle, to your knowledge?
He did not.
So when he left that night, on the night of the 7th, and went to his mother and father's house, you don't know what clothes he took with him, what shoes he was wearing? You have no idea, correct?
That is correct.
Were you aware that SWED had confiscated the clothes that he had on?
At that moment, I didn't.
Okay. Well, you are now.
Yes, sir, I do know now.
Okay. A white T-shirt, pair of shorts that he showed you, and whatever shoes he had on, some sneakers, right?
I didn't see the sneakers, but I saw the clothing items.
Okay. And so he had to put on, if they did that, other clothes to go over his mother's house, correct?
Objection.
Would it stand to reason he'd have to put on other clothes or go in his underwear?
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what he wore over at his mother's house?
No, sir.
Do you know whether he wore those shoes?
No, sir.
You don't know. So
Your
when,
Honor, objection to. Objection.
Basis for the objection.
I don't
To
know.
which question?
To that last one, shoes. I don't know what specificity he says to those shoes. I don't know what he's.
I'm sorry, the shoes that you say you saw in the Snapchat photo, you say you never saw again, right?
That is correct.
Okay, you don't know whether he wore those shoes the night of the 7th over to his mama's house, do you?
I don't know that. I wasn't
Okay.
there.
And you don't know what he wore over there, correct?
That's correct. I wasn't there.
He may have even worn that shirt that you said you never saw again, correct?
Objection.
Objection's overruled.
Right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if somebody alleged that those khaki pants was at what Alex was wearing the night of the...
I'm going to object.
I need to hear the question.
I can't finish the question. I'm sorry, Your Honor. Let me state this. If somebody were to say that Alec Murdaugh, as ridiculous as it sounds, was wearing those khaki pants when he...
Objection.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Let me put it this way. Did you see any blood on those khaki pants?
No, sir.
He washed them, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you put anything on them to get blood stains out? I mean, would there be...
Are you been saying that I removed bloodstains off of khaki pants?
I'm asking you rhetorically. I'm asking you, did you see any blood stains?
There appeared to be no bloodstains on those pants.
Okay. And in the bathroom, did you see any bloody footprints?
I did not.
Did you see any blood on that towel?
No, sir.
Did you see anything indicating to you there'd been anybody wearing bloody shoes or washing blood off, or anything that would indicate that somebody after a murder had gone back to that room, changed clothes, covered in blood, took a shower and changed clothes. Did you see anything that would indicate that?
Objection's overruled.
Go ahead.
This is the first time that I have ever been in a situation where somebody was murdered.
Right.
I didn't know, as far as what you're asking me, if there was anything bloody in there. No, it did not appear to be anything bloody in there.
Did you clean the shower that day?
Yes, sir, I rinsed it off.
You rinsed it off. Nobody told you not to rinse off the shower?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, nobody from SWED, as that group went through, asked you, you know, did you see bloody footprints? Did you see any evidence that there was anything bloody in that bathroom? Did anybody ask you that?
No, sir.
And your testimony is those khaki pants were there after SWED left?
Yes, sir.
And maybe even a shirt, you can't remember?
Yes, sir, possibly a T-shirt, but I did not see it. I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember what kind of shirt, if there was a shirt?
Not objection.
The objection is overruled.
Thank you. Do you remember, you know, I'm doing like Mr. Meadows now, I forgot the question. But let me see if I can get this back on track. These interruptions are getting me a little askew. So, I think you've already asked and answered that. Now, let's talk a little bit about, let me talk a little bit about the cell phone service in Moselle. You had a cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And the servicer was who? What was it, Verizon? Or do you know?
The cell phone carrier is Verizon, yes, sir.
Okay. And so, did you ever have any trouble getting a signal anywhere on the Moselle property? Up at the house, down at the dog kennels? Was it sporadic?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And sometimes you'd be talking to somebody and they'd drop off, or the call would end, not because you ended it, because the service was bad.
Yes, sir, if you were moving around in the house, certain areas, you could not get a signal.
What about down from the kennels?
It was touch and go in the kennels. You really, once you got signal, you better stay where you were at, because if you moved, you were going to lose your signal.
Okay. So it would not be unusual at the kennels, if you did move, that if you were having a conversation or getting text or trying to answer a text, you wouldn't be able to do so.
Like I said, it depends on where you were. You kind of knew the areas. At least for me, I already knew that if I had to make a call or send a text, I would walk out the kitchen door straight to the edge of the corner right there on the porch and make my call and not move. If not, I would lose the call, or I would not be able to make my call.
What about at the kennels?
At the kennels, like I said, it depends on the area where you were at. And once, basically everybody, we all kind of knew that if you moved out of a certain area and went to another, you were going to lose signal.
Okay. Now, at the kennel, do you know what area you could get a call? Keep that. I mean, was there? You just talked about up at the house. There was a sweet spot, if you'll.
Yes, sir.
Was there a sweet spot down at the kennel, or do you know?
I'm not sure at the kennels, but I do remember Mr. CB saying that the signal out there was horrible for making calls or getting calls.
Or sending texts or getting texts.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Now, let me talk to you a little bit about this conversation in August of 21, after the murders.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Alec came over and was inquiring of you what shirt he had on that day, correct?
It didn't feel like he was inquiring. It felt more like he was trying to convince me of the shirt that he was wearing.
Did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
I'm sorry. I'm just asking if he told you something.
Objection.
Cross-examination.
Not objecting to hearsay for the record.
I need to hear the question. Number one. Number two is cross-examination. Go ahead.
Did he tell you that he just finished?
Objection.
Meeting? Do you want me to pose the question, Your Honor, or not?
All right. I'm going to send the jury to the jury room. Please do not discuss the case. Be seated. Okay, what is the question?
Just wait 1 second, Your Honor. Let me see if I can get back on track. When you were talking with him in the little house in August, as we were talking about a moment ago, and he was talking about the shirt, did he tell you that he had just been interviewed by Swed, who'd shown him the Snapchat photo, and he was attempting to figure out what he was wearing that day? I mean, it's in a photo. Did he tell you that?
What's the specific question?
Did he, when he asked you the question about the shirt, did he tell you he'd just come from being interviewed by Swed?
No, sir, he didn't tell me that.
And what is the objection?
Your Honor, it's respectfully, it's hearsay. Statement is hearsay, that if he wants to do that, he can take the stand and do it. He's trying to offer the defendant's statement without him taking the stand. It's offered for the truth of the matter asserted. That's my objection.
All right, and the response?
My response is, if you can't ask witnesses about what the defendant said to them, they're going to have a rough road to hoe going forward, because it's a statement by the party opponent, if you will. I think they argued earlier on when we objected to one. It's not hearsay. There's an exception to hearsay by a statement by one of the parties. It's Alex.
Statement by the party opponent, being a statement by the party opponent, the defendant.
Mr. Murdaugh's statement to this woman.
Others?
Not that this matters. I've been doing this 35 years. He's on trial.
We know that.
But I'm just saying it's not a party opponent. He's trying to get in a statement from the defendant. Statements against interest, that the state, there is a difference between the state asking what the defendant said and the defense. And if they hadn't objected to some, they thought that's their prerogative, but they're trying to offer the defendant's statement in evidence without him taking the stand. I respectfully think that's objectable as hearsay. He's the defendant on trial. They're offering it for the self-serving hearsay. They're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. And I respectfully think that he's got to take the stand and get that information in.
And Your Honor, maybe I'll make this simple. What would your answer to that question be now? Did he tell you about talking to Swed that day?
No, sir, he did not.
Okay.
Your Honor, 801D2 allows us to ask the question and not the defense.
I don't understand what the self-serving is. She didn't say anything. He didn't say anything about Swed.
Your Honor, he could get his whole case through witnesses and he wouldn't have to take the stand.
Absolutely.
And that's not
appropriate. He's got a Fifth Amendment right to not take the stand.
That's right, but you can't.
I'm going to take a break and let you all debate the issue between the two.
I apologize, Your Honor.
When I get back.
All right.
All right, thank you. The objection is sustained. Your next question.
Please, Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
So this conversation occurred, I think, did you say prior to them going to a golf tournament?
Yes, sir. He said Randy had just dropped him off so that he could get his clothes, because him and Buster and Randy were going golfing.
Him and Buster and who?
Randy.
Randy, okay. We're going to a golf tournament that weekend?
I don't know if it was a golf tournament or what, but I know he said they were going away, they were going golfing.
Okay. And speaking of Buster, can you point Buster out in the audience for me, please? Buster, where? Oh, you're back there. Okay, I'm sorry. Stand up, please.
Right. Yes, sir.
Is that Buster?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all always had a great relationship, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
He's
thank
a
you.
good kid.
I'm sorry?
He's a good kid.
He's a good kid. Okay, so one of the other questions I have is, did you ever see Paul with any guns?
Yes, sir.
No?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. And did he have guns around all the time?
Yes, he.
Matter of fact, they're all guns all over that place, right?
In the vehicles, on the go-karts, sometimes in the hangar.
So did Paul ever leave guns? Just where, if he was, for instance, down at the hangar, would he ever leave guns down there?
I have found one occasionally out there.
A pistol or rifle?
A rifle.
You know what kind it was?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you know if he ever left any down in the feed room?
Not in the feed room. I'm not sure about the feed room.
Okay, you never saw anything in the
No,
feed
sir.
room. I believe in one of your statements I read that sometimes he'd leave him somewhere and actually there'd be rust on the rifle or the shotgun or whatever.
If he left it on the golf cart outside, he would sometimes leave it laying across, and I would get it in the morning, and already the dew would rust off.
And that would be a golf cart he would drive down to the kennels, for instance?
Yes, sir, whichever one he was in, and he preferred the gas. The gas one is usually where I used to find
Gas?
golf
cart?
Yes.
Okay. And so that would be a way he would get down to the kennel sometimes?
Sometimes, the majority of the time, he was either in dolly or in his own truck.
In what?
Dolly,
What is dolly?
the F-250.
I forgot, y'all name all your trucks, or they named all their trucks, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so most of the time he would be in a truck, but sometimes he would take the golf cart, if you will, down there.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because the audio doesn't even show down there. Look at that. Down here, the wave file, it's gone, but it's playing audio. I don't know how it's doing that.
Only has 3 weeks left. She's a 3rd generation sailor.
Yes, sir.
And apparently sometimes he had guns in the golf cart.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me touch a couple of other things. Did that day you saw the sled folks in there, did you see them taking any pictures, or do you remember?
I believe some of them were taking pictures, but I'm not positive.
Okay. You were shown a picture of a rain jacket.
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. And had you ever seen that rain jacket at the house?
Not at Moselle, no, sir.
Correct. You ever? And what size clothes did Alec wear?
2XL.
2XL, not just a large. Would anything a large fit him?
I don't think he might have had 1 or 2 items that were that size, but most of the clothing was 2XL.
2XL. How about, would you put exhibit number? Yes, please. And blow it up for me, please. Okay, how about make that bigger for me, please? No, not the rain jacket. I'm sorry, the Snapchat picture. I apologize. Well, wait 1 second. Do you see that rain jacket on there?
Yes, sir.
You've never seen that, according to your statement, never seen that at
I've
Moselle.
never seen that jacket.
Okay. And you knew pretty much everything, every piece of clothing that was there, right?
For the most part, yes.
Yes. Okay. And how many rain jackets did Alex have? You remember?
Too many to count.
Too many to count. Okay. But none of them look like that.
No, sir.
Okay. How about blow that up for me, please? Can you make it any better, closer? Yeah, that's good right there. And that shirt is that the one he was wearing that morning when he
No,
left?
sir, it was not.
It's not.
No, sir, that was not the shirt he was wearing.
And this is at you understand this is 7:40 p.m. That evening when he's out with Paul.
I wasn't there then.
Okay. But that's not the shirt he was wearing when he left that morning.
That is correct. That was not the shirt.
Okay, beg the court's indulgence, 1 moment. You were aware he had clothes at his office, kept clothes at his office?
Yes, sir, among other places.
Where else would he have
Car.
clothes? He have it in a car?
Yes, sir.
Where else?
In Edisto.
I'm sorry?
In Edisto.
In Edisto, okay. But if he was in the Moselle area, if he was going to change his shirt from in the morning, would he have changed it at the office or got something out of his car? You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Now, let me show you. Can you tell the jury what that is, please?
The text messages from me and Maggie?
And this is on June 7th, 2021, right?
That is correct.
And the first one, I'm just going to try to hurry this up a little bit. She asked you to stop.
Yes, sir.
She says, will you stop by, this is at 7:05 a.m., stop by the store and get Alex Capri Sun. He likes orange and pineapple flavor plus mountain cooler. Thank you, I'll pay you back. You say, I will. She says, thank you, get 2 boxes. Now, after that conversation, there's a text at 3:28 p.m. Blanca, dinner's on the stove, just left. So you left there at about 3:30, correct?
Yes, I sent the text before I actually walked out of the house. I had a habit of sending her the text, make sure everything, and then locked up before I left. Okay. But at that time, I had gone upstairs to drop off some clothes. I noticed that Paul's truck, or a white truck, was sitting at the kennels, so I left the front door unlocked at that time instead of locking it.
But you didn't see Alec anywhere there?
No, sir.
Okay. You didn't see his vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. And she says at 3:40, thank you, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then at 3:54, you said, you're welcome, I just made your deposit. Maggie then says, I guess this is one exchange. Thank you, I'm waiting at the doctor. Alex wants me to come home. I had to leave the door open at Edisto, but trust the Mexicans to shut and lock for me.
Yes, sir.
And then she says, Alex's dad back at the hospital. The last doctor claims not cancer, pneumonia. Alex is about to die. Hope he doesn't go down there to sleep. Now, you know what she meant by that?
What she meant was Maggie used to get frustrated. She said every time something happened at Almeida with his dad or his mom, that Alec would get called and nobody else, that they always called Alec to go to the house. And she did get upset over that the family was basically putting all that on Alec and he wasn't getting enough rest.
So when she said he's going to die, she's worried about his health.
She was worried about his health, yes.
Okay. And she says Alex needs to take care of himself as well. And that's consistent with what you just said, correct? She was worried about his health.
Yes.
And you said, yes, he does. He told me he was tired when he left. I hope they can treat Mr. Randolph. Maggie says, I'm scared for him and Alex and all of us. What do you mean by that?
Because Alec hadn't had much sleep. That was her main concern, was the fact that, her main frustration was the fact that in the middle of the night or whenever, if Mr. Randolph or Miss Libby were uncomfortable, that they would always, she seemed to think that they always called Alec and there goes Alec, to take care of it. And she felt that it wasn't fair that he was the only one having to take them.
And your response to that is, I know, just pray about it and hope he gets a little better. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you say, Alex and you really need to relax. Always being on the go with little or no sleep is not healthy. Remember, I have a doctor's appointment in the morning in Beaufort. If I get done early, I'll go to Moselle. I'll let you know. And she says, no worries, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, oh, you've got the exhibit. Take that from him and hand it to, okay. So, she preferred to be in Edisto, correct?
That's correct.
But she was going that day, based on all your texts, she was going because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was worried about Alex, right?
What do you
I mean,
mean?
she was heading to Moselle. She preferred to be in Edisto, but she was heading to Moselle because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital and she was concerned about Alex. Isn't that what this is?
The objection is sustained.
Okay. She indicated to you that Paul was coming in your telephone conversations, correct?
That is correct.
And did she indicate in your telephone conversations that she needed dinner for her, Paul, and Alec, right?
Yes, she did.
And did she indicate in any way that she did not want to go to Moselle to have dinner with Alec, Paul, that night?
Her conversation with me was that Alec wanted her to go to Moselle that day, and she was concerned about the workers that she had in Edisto, and she would have preferred to be in Edisto, taking care of the final details.
But for Mr. Randolph's condition.
She was concerned about the work being done and leaving the house open in Edisto.
She wasn't concerned about Mr. Randolph.
I mean, she was, but her more concern was that her house was open.
Okay. Now, I mean, she preferred to be at Edisto in the summertime as opposed to Moselle at all, correct?
That is correct.
Now, let me ask you, did Swed ask you about at any point about the clothes that Alex was wearing on the 7th? At some point, did they ask you that?
Not until recent.
Recently?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is it clear to you, I mean, you've been asked recently to recollect something that happened in June of 21, which is almost 2 years ago. Did they ask you other questions about what happened on June 7th when they asked you about the clothes?
They asked me where I was. They asked me what I was doing. They asked me when I saw Alec leaving that day, my discussions with Maggie. They requested to see my phone, which I gave them so they could see the text messages, phone calls that we had had.
Okay. You and Maggie were very close.
We were.
You and Alex were close also, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And did you feel like a member of the family?
Yes, sir.
Had you ever heard from anybody about any, well, strike that. Did you indicate that Maggie, one of the things Maggie told you was that she was not, after the boat case, she was not being treated very well by the people in Hampton, correct?
That is correct.
They shunned her, they were rude to her, those kinds of things.
That is correct.
Did she also indicate to you that she was concerned about Paul because he'd received a bunch of threats?
Objection. The objection's overruled.
Did she ever indicate to you she was concerned about Paul because Paul had received threats?
Yes.
Okay, beg the court's indulgence. That same morning of the 8th, did you clean the gun room?
I didn't go in the gun room. I went in there, but I didn't do anything in the gun room.
Didn't pick anything up?
No, sir.
Okay, and when you went into the kitchen that morning, was there anything that would indicate to you that other people had been there the night before? Like glasses or bottles of water or anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Redirect.
Mr. Harpootlian. Just got a couple of questions. Mr. Harpootlian asked you about the clothes in the closet on June 8th, 2021. You remember?
Yes, sir.
And he asked you if there could have been another shirt in the room.
Yes, sir.
And was your response maybe a T-shirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see another dress shirt there?
No, sir.
And while we're getting to that, did you work at Alameda?
No, sir.
Did you ever go there?
No, I have been there on one occasion previously, and I don't remember what I had to drop off.
Well, that blue poncho rain jacket Mr. Harpootlian showed you, that was at Alameda, wasn't it? Or do you know?
I don't know where that came from.
But you never saw that at Moselle, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And State 7, well, first of all, this is States 2. States 306. Have you ever seen that shirt again since you went back the 8th, the 9th, until today? Have you ever seen that shirt again?
No, sir. Once I moved a lot of the belongings to the little house, he had packed some of the clothes up, but over the weekends and stuff, when they were going from place to place, I noticed that he was purchasing different clothing items, shorts, shirts. So there was a couple of new ones in there, which still was not that shirt. It was some of the newer ones.
Who was purchasing a lot of shorts and shirts?
Alec.
After this event? After the murder?
Yes, sir. On the weekends when they were gone with the family, if he was going different places, he would come back like that Monday or Tuesday, and there was like new items within the clothes.
New shirts?
New shirts.
New shorts?
Yes.
Okay. You know what kind?
Vineyard Vines.
They were buying Vinny Vines?
Yes, sir.
After the murders?
Yes, sir. They were like polo type Vineyard Vines.
And what shirt had he suggested to you he was wearing in August on this day? What shirt had he just suggested to you he was wearing?
Vineyard Vines. Vinny Vines is what they call them.
In State 7, you said you recognize these shorts and shirts?
Yes, sir.
Where was this shirt kept on States 107 in Moselle?
In the closet, if there was no room in that drawer.
On the shelves?
Yes, sir, on the shelf.
And looking at 306, is that outfit different from this outfit?
Yes, sir, it is.
And I think Mr. Harpootlian showed you 107. Whose idea was it for Maggie Murdaugh to come to Moselle on the evening of June 7th?
Objection, Your Honor.
You can testify if you know.
Your Honor, hearsay.
You can testify if you know.
Maggie texted me that Alec wanted her to come to Moselle.
And is that on 107 that Mr. Harpootlian just put in?
Yes, sir, it is.
That's all, thank you.
Anything further?
Just a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
Put that up for me, please. What's that exhibit?
Just a couple questions. After Maggie's death and Paul's death, did you notice he was losing weight?
Yes, sir, he was.
dramatic loss of weight, right?
Yes, sir.
So the clothes we can see him in that picture. He's fat is the wrong word, but overweight kind of guy, big guy, fleshy looking guy, right there. Okay. Now, so he needed to buy new clothes because the other clothes were falling off of him, right?
I assume so, yes, sir.
So it wouldn't be unusual for him to need to buy new clothes because he's losing weight.
I guess.
Okay. Now, this is 306. This is the picture, and you say this is a shirt like a Columbia shirt, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, a Columbia shirt, don't they have a logo that says Columbia?
Yes, sir. Either on the sleeve or
You see one on here?
I don't see anything on this shirt. The style of shirt is the Columbia style shirt.
It's not a. You're not saying it was a brand name Columbia shirt. You're saying it was a Columbia style shirt.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And your testimony again is this is not the shirt he walked out with that morning.
He did not walk out with that shirt that morning.
But those could be the khakis he walked out with that morning.
Possibly, yes.
And when you say you never saw that shirt again, you did see those khakis again, did you not?
Yes, sir. I washed those khakis. They were in the bathroom. I'm assuming it was the same pair because he only had a few that he wore.
Right. Okay. And in addition, your testimony would be that the only, well, I guess you're saying that morning he didn't have that shirt on, but he had those pants on.
Could possibly have those pants. He had several.
Okay. And would you scroll down to the footwear, please? Okay, those are loafers, right?
Yes, sir.
And what do they seem to be made out of?
Like soft leather.
So your testimony is that those were shoes he only wore around the house. He had like house slippers.
Usually when Alec would go outside, he had them Georgia boots that he would wear or the duck boots, and those would be left by the front door when I would walk through the door in the next morning.
In June, it was pretty hot down there in Moselle.
Yes, sir, but those were his go-to shoes when he would go outside or mess around, like he said, with Paul that day.
What kind of shoes was he wearing when he went to work that day?
The dress shoes, a pair of brown leather.
Okay. Now, when were you first asked about what he was wearing that day?
Maybe a couple of days when they interviewed me.
When they interviewed you the first time?
Yes, sir.
They asked you what he had on?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You may step down.
And that's it, everybody. Wow. Awesome. All right, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you for the people who sent the super chats in the last hour and a half. Appreciate you thinking of doing that. It was a 4-hour and 50-minute show again. So thank you guys very much. I guess we'll see you guys tomorrow. All right? So be safe out there.